the table, you see a bowl of water. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks as
Hello, mister. Bye.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and on the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Old man, it doesn't matter. You'll be long gone before his greatness is recognized.
A young woman kneels on a sheet of ice, as if looking for something lost ages ago. She bends until her right ear touches the frozen water. She listens to it crack, slowly.
Yep, old as fuck.
Yeah, man. It's like at death's door. No wonder you know nothing about the future. You won't be there.
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are. We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them. Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
Ah, you'll see for sure once we're in. It's the last thing you'll ever see before the void consumes you.
You don't feel very scared.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're only saying practice things for now, so we don't mean no harm to the Skulls brand, or to you.
This is definitely something the Skulls would say. But we're not trying to encroach on the Skulls brand in any way. On the contrary, we're just here to market it.
Hey, we could be just as hard. Like pavement on top of pavement, or a brick on top of another brick.
Or a grave on top of a grave.
The Union does their...
Don't you...
Yeah, we are. Mm-hmm. What about them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message. What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherently meaningless.
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though, you get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops?
Yes? Leather jackets adorned with immature writing? The ideology they convey helps the boys justify poor choices in life and fashion. I'm not a fan. What are you implying? For what? The concept of getting dressed is familiar to me, but wearing jackets like these isn't appropriate for an RCM officer, unless he's deep undercover. Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements. Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you? That ride is...
Hey, piss.
That ride is...
Hey, piss. Look who it is. Shrunken cophead material.
No, no, no. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that. Suggest they're massive skulls. Come on.
What? No. Skulls don't have kings. I think. And we're not even in yet.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet.
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls? You're destined to go far.
He gets it. Passive-aggressive flattery.
Shut the fuck up! Are you trying to get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
Oh, man. Okay, I get it. Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway. This was stupid.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you. This case doesn't require us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jackets will be useful at all. I just wanted them to not have them anymore.
Cold-hearted cop.
The need will not arise.
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with his written on his back, it'd just be an individual that has taken a liking to urine. And fuck the world, all on its own, is, frankly, generic.
I don't know, Eric. It's cold out.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
You finally made it, haven't you? People point fingers at you and whisper to each other when you pass by, wondering to themselves, where did that man get such a cool jacket? Did he receive it upon graduating the École Normale Supérieure de Badasserie? Is he dangerous? You are very dangerous, my friend. Dangerous and cool. In fact, no one dares to say a single thing about the jacket. But believe me, they are all very impressed.
Yes?
The lieutenant's posture becomes rigid and uncomfortable as you lean forward and sniff the area just above his shoulder blade. The lieutenant is fastidious as a cat in matters of his personal upkeep. And yet, in the folds of his jacket, you can just perceive the stale and acrid traces of oil rags, transmission fluid, and brake pads. Wait, there's something else there. Something that sets your GABA receptors aflutter. The lieutenant's aftershave, a common drugstore brand. strong hints of pine needle. But what sort of ideological picture do these smells paint? Tough to say.
Do you need something, detective? I do like to hang around the motor pool every now and then, but that doesn't make me a mechanic. Sort of like how hanging around the liquor store hasn't made you into a master distiller. You're right, detective. My apologies. Was there something else you wish to discuss?
Looking for something on?
There. Do you smell that? Can you not detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness? That sense that the world is in need of dramatic, even violent, reordering? Can you smell it now? You inhale. The cilia along your olfactory epithelium tingle with excitement as they sift through the swirling morass of industrial odors. First come the smells of the agitated strikebreakers, layers of body oil and sweat, over-buttered meals pulled from bake-like lunch pails, the biting stench of lye soap. And then there's the slowly oxidizing metal gates, the scent of stale grease emanating from every crack.
Everything in order, detective? You're developing your... You know what? I'll just leave you to it. Carry on, detective.
The lieutenant lacks your highly developed politico-olfactory cortex. The reek of communism is undeniable, and it's coming from that railing right there. Yes, now's your chance to establish contact. But be easy about it. Communists have been known to charge when startled.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? What's that, boy?
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in.
Have you tried a butcher shop? Don't think I've ever met a Kras personally. Then again, I've never been to Grad.
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon the subtle approach.
Ah, now I see. Can't say I'm surprised. You seem to take your communism seriously. Not a bad thing, mind you. It's good for a man to take time to think about the whole socio-political world picture.
Oh, he certainly likes to take his time with things, especially when politics are at issue.
So you've given up copying and now you're hunting comunistas. Care to say why? Oh, I see. I wish I could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas. Maybe, maybe not. Either way, I'm not institutional. A man's got to blaze his own trail, in my book.
Blazing his own trail, being his own man. Not exactly your typical communist spiel. Okay, so maybe he's not exactly a communist, but there's definitely some communistic residue about him.
Ah, but you know, I did meet a genuine ideologo a few months ago. Perhaps he's your guy. You know, a guy with a theory. Someone who likes to pit his theory against other theories in deadly theory combat. It was late one night as I was leaving the armor. He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket, classic Sarameritian style. He asked me for a light. We shared cigarettes. Then he asked me if I ever thought about getting into some of the extra physical branches of communism.
See, all this political chit-chat is just an excuse to rip tar with strangers. Let's say we just skip right to the good part then.
It was all right. A little like something out of a Vespertine spy novel, but I must respect the effort. I couldn't tell you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he disappeared back into the night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said, "Remember Dobrava and Abadanais." And then he was gone. I don't know. Guess not everyone remembers. Been wondering about that myself. Some comunista inside talk could be. Not meant for the wider public. They love that kind of thing. You'd have to ask someone who knows the ideologo personally. I have to say though, it sounds like you found yourselves a proper hunt.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair. Yes, of course. Now we're on the right track. It smells like... We're getting crates and pallets calling to mind. Vast stands of winter pines. A swirl of ancient odors absorbed by heavy carpet fibers. But also a pervasive, treacly sweetness that somehow reminds you of cola nuts. The whole place could probably use a good deep cleaning, you think?
Well, smelling much communism around the Union Basis office?
Meanwhile, Everard Clare clatters away on his typewriter, willfully indifferent to your presence.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. Mr. Dubois, really? Do I look like a man who has time for underground communists? I'm as above ground as it gets.
He's got you there. You've got to be 10 or 12 meters up, at least. That's all you're going to get out of him, it appears.
Now, was there anything else you wish to discuss today? The golden boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
See, forging that signature really paid off. Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done. Your gun is with an old woman. I hear she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway, the neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
Unstable is good, actually. She will be easier to disarm. No, wait. Actually, unstable is pretty bad.
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
I did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's dead. Why, a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're gonna take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening. 2,372. Plus yours truly, of course. Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything. We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
Wow, a neurochemical, psychoactive labor uprising stroke hostile takeover.
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidon.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share, and I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez. You know why you're such a good detective, Harry. You don't get sidetracked. You care about the people you're supposed to protect, not some systems that may or may not be unethical. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who... I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight. Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean. We're way past specific union members. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access makes... well, let's just say there'll be...
He proudly spreads his hands to demonstrate the size of the palaces. They're very large.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place. Reset. I have big plan. Harry, Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. Yes, I do.
The pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that.
Damn right I'm up to something, Harry. I'm gonna...
A true flash of anger in him.
Great, Harry, great. This has been so great.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo. No trouble at all, mister. Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk? Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does. But a very smart fellow. Very smart fellow indeed. He's away on some union business. Not even in Revershaw, they say. Huh? Sure, mister. What is it? He's a union man through and through. Good guy. He's very calm, laid back, doesn't do much, talks to Everett sometimes. Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes him. Yes, they do. I think that's what he does. He makes everyone feel a little better. Whoa, he's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really understand most of what he's saying. Actually, I don't think he would like me running my mouth about him like that. Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some union men. Heh, I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because he ran right off. Another time he almost killed another guy, but I shouldn't talk about that. Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat, they say. His veins are probably filled with salt water, I tell you. Nice, friendly sort old Titus is. I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Everett would like it very much. You better ask him yourself, mister. The night guard? Ooh, he's a peculiar fellow. He's the strong, silent type, you could say. We talk all the time, but I don't really know much about him. He plays petanque with my old human studies teacher, Mr. Martin, down at the plaza. I think he's the only fellow who actually knows old Renee. They lived on the same street their entire lives, even dated the same girl on and off for as long as I can remember. Strange fellows. Mr. Martin was always real nice to me in school. I remember once. Mr. Martin, yes. Don't really remember much about him. I was just a boy back then. Sure, mister. What can Leo do for you?
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer.
Fuck does Kuno care? No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about books.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to Lane Prison! Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
Kuno doesn't fuck.
Just an ordinary war. The door is closed. You hear someone inside, walking from room to room. Whoever lives here must be back home.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back.
Pigs come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out?
If anything, you're afraid she'll take you out one day.
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. Not a good idea at all.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck do you want with it? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, to the both of you, watch your ass in Kuno's time. Good call, Pigmeister. Kuno does.
There it is again. There's a spectral scent haunting this pair, no doubt. And it smells like sea brine mostly, because it's a pair. Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital. Without a doubt, your politico-olfactory cortex doesn't deceive you. The smell is coming from that balcony over there. Certainement, a precocious communist youth, a symbol of a kinder, more hopeful future. Now's your chance to establish contact with your revolutionary brothers and sisters.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
She really doesn't like those nut jobs. Bad blood there.
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone. No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again, breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you? Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans. Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall. That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, let it go.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still... she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you could call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the coal room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slippery. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Excuse me? Of course not.
Scare them. Suspected of some big crime.
Oh, come on.
That was smart.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you? Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently for you to uncover them.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates.
I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20, at least.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too? Very well, but please make it quick. I need to be back in La Delta in an hour. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
A sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall.
So preppy. She's probably on some low-grade performance enhancers, like Preptide or Pericanine.
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that. Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it. These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards. Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both. Of course.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. We won't be killing anyone. And you shouldn't say things like that. You're a police officer. There's been enough killing. I've seen it.
She's seen it and known those who have been killed. All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case. Of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well. Yes, I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough. If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The Phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was Kuno. The Phasmid doesn't exist. But what do I know? I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah. Kuno took the bugs, so what? It's not Bugtown, it's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
You stop. It's like they're fucking night. Locust City, Night City, City of Rage.
The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort. The lameness is causing her physical pain. The damage may be permanent.
Maybe I am.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in like 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window. Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps? Huh. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
Wait, no. Something about this bunch doesn't smell right. They are, but they don't seem too keen to talk with you, do they? No, they don't. Glenn seems to be contemplating grievous bodily harm while he massages his raw knuckles. In the far back, Eugene is doing his best to ignore you. And from his perch at the end of the table, Titus Hardy himself stares at you with a cold contempt that makes you want to leave the cafeteria straight away. Besides, you're pretty sure they consider themselves social democrats.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. Hi. So what brings you here? Bye-bye, gendarme. Hi again, gendarme. Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Well, here's to you. Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Nothing. That I didn't see anything. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese. Sure. Anything else on your mind? You did? And how did you like him? Aw, shoot. Why not? A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return to his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time. That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme? Bye-bye, gendarme. Hi again, gendarme.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Yes, this man is definitely one of the homos. I've seen them homos with my own eyes. This sexual thing seems interesting. Ask around. Become involved.
The homosexual underground? Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate? Oh, it's a pleasure group. A sub rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night. Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life. Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Rebishol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore. Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold. We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature, very esoteric. You can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement, or forever excluded from it. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed. I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look. Do think about it, officer. Absolutely wonderful. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that, okay?
Jean.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse. The man doesn't.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this. So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
She acts chipper, but something's changed in her tone. A hidden worry. Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not this Kuno kid or the missing locusts. It's something else.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
He has a 38-degree fever. His resilience has given way.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next season, when it's warmer.
He's right, dear Morel. Come now, we've waited so long. What's one more season?
Self-deceit, sire.
You're right, dear. We'll get our shot yet. I'm sure of it.
The slouch in his shoulders tells you otherwise. He doesn't know how many more field expeditions he has left in him.
This place is much better for fieldwork in the summer, believe me.
Thank you, dear. And you, Detective Fox? You've been great company to an old lady and her stubborn husband.
You're right, Lena. The RCM is worth their salt. More so than they say on the radio.
Goodbye.
You're back? Good. What can I help you with?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? And what do you know about politics?
The girl erupts in a cackle that seems like it should belong to a much older woman.
Oh, that's very nice. The little piggy wants to make sausages. Out of what? His little piggy friends?
It was not a concern of mine.
Sure. I know someone who'd love to talk that ideological stuff. You're looking for Steban, a right communist who runs a mega cool and very secret meeting. He might. No.
The lieutenant let slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable.
Keep your money. What I want from you's better than gold.
Don't look so deflated. Whatever she asks, you keep your chin up. A wicked grin extends across her face.
Oink for me, piggy. Just once. Be a good pig now. No oink, no goods. Wrong! This is exactly how I treat my little brother. Well, well. Seems like we're dealing with one tough pig. I'm impressed.
Yes, somehow you managed to oink with at least a modicum of dignity. The lieutenant, needless to say, is not impressed.
Sounds like you're really serious about meeting Steban. It's touching, sort of. Steban's group meets only at night, in an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you're in luck. Their weekly meeting is tonight. Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them. Oh, smart pig. Because there is. See, Steban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep out infiltrators and the like. You can't join the meeting without one.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but I wonder whether it might have something to do with that phrase Mañana mentioned overhearing.
The lieutenant nods.
Guess this is what happens when two pigs put their heads together. That's enough. Off with you then. I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners. There'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place. Fat chance, but you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something in the distance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Marzov.
Whoever lives here, there aren't many.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. You manage to hoist it off the ground. The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game. A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. For a moment, it feels like you're strong enough to succeed at anything you ever set your mind to.
Good technique.
Still here. Nope. Some of the other...
You really... Hey,
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's.
a lorry stuck in the wind, fumes of head, the back.
Racist nation, likely.
He was acting tough. The woman is still...
Not
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it...
Suit yourself, officer. Not
Change the topic. The way he said...
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn? The problem? The damn kid?
Oh?
Don't push you.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam I'm in. But... Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk.
Entrapment is where lower...
Yes. It's like trying to trick a person. Then what are you trying to...
We have a credible lead, sir.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need... Gotta guard the stuff.
Working on these.
Look, man, I try to stay away...
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire. Your best verse. You...
That's brutal.
No. Stop.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Yeah, I get... Yeah.
He's not...
Yes. And I also think...
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
The room. Get further in.
What are you looking at, Copper?
This time it's going to work. Did you? You're probably right. The others are only there for...
And what all the while talking, so you keep saying.
Yeah.
Like
there is... Please stop hanging around the jungle.
Yes?
I've got nothing to say.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Oh, so you...
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Yeah. Let me state this very clearly, Capo. A witness?
That's just cop tactics, Titus.
Well...
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he...
It's like you said, Al.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate.
It's you, asshole!
Yeah.
Damn, they...
Erebus...
Well, yeah, that means...
It means the...
What is this?
Shanky, I know you are lying.
Great.
Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting.
What are you talking about? Or what?
Actually, boss...
She?
Shut the fuck up!
So let me get this...
That's right. You're not
good.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy.
Again. We hanged him up.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cops?
The autopsy showed there were no...
We...
Yeah.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
My fucking elbow, Copper.
He may be lying, but he's good at it. No twitching, no rushing, no uncalled for detail.
Right fucking here. Eugene already...
Yeah, man, weren't you listening?
Like what, Copper? About fucking time. Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again.
You don't...
I know, Lizzie.
No. Yeah.
Quiet.
By the...
No. Why don't you...
That's enough insinuation for today.
We...
The autopsy...
Yeah.
That's right, lawman. And then we...
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there. Tomato juice? Just tomato juice? A non-alcoholic tomato juice? What's the point of that? A single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough, and he'll crack.
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you too, copper.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
My fucking LP.
He may be lying.
Right fucking.
Yeah, man. Weren't you listening?
And fuck.
This one is a stone wall.
Like what, copper? About fucking time.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. But those days are behind. Hey, man, that's serious. Then what you do?
We have a crit.
Not me, man. Look, man.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearm. Ha! No, they usually get shipped to.
The man taps his finger.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't.
Why?
This is, I'm afraid it's not what you... Yes.
What?
But... Police? Be careful.
Your thing good. Now put it in your mouth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nothing. Just a minor music.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
Huh? You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
Speak for yourself, buddy. We've been giving a shit for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties, while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her. But you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's I'm on due, with an O-U.
Shit. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Yeah, blonde, tall, 2 rooms over from yours. Sure, why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Remember what I said. Freight.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up. This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo. Smooth as ice, there are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
Looks like it, yes.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. It's a Maybell. The young woman looks at the Maybell in your hand, just a glance, then takes a drag of her cigarette. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod.
Officer, what was that? You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman? Is there something I should know before we talk to her? So she overheard you, or did you party together? Anything else? That's clearly your interrogation technique. Anything else? Okay, that's manageable. Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. We'll be all right, Lieutenant. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be all right.
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. Oh yes, legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Have I ever? This is the biggest fan of ostentatious orchestrations I have seen in my life. And I have seen a few. Oh yeah. Life gets hard, but we go on. I can see that. I'm glad all this onward going has brought you to me.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult. No need to dilly-dally. She's tough. You'll sound like a namby-pamby.
Clasier Amondu. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. The record. So official.
She looks at the dried petals in your palm, then lightly touches one with her fingernail. Chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp, like a mini dagger. The petal crumbles on contact.
Pretty. Looks like a dried Maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style? A martial art, sir. Is that it?
Samurai boxing, or Sambo, graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style implies stealth and cool.
Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Because of the wind? Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She looks around. The sun has risen over the sea. People are rushing to work below.
It is. It's murderously early. I'm amazed I'm awake. Why am I even awake? Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, They'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. Pretty much.
Warming them. She must be very cold and exhausted of this life.
We partied. We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
Whoa. After so much drinking and drugs, how did they manage it?
A little. The drugs were good enough, and we did enough of them.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his... I don't know... hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant. He takes a small step closer.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Ravachol, miss.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him. I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
Which landline?
The one downstairs, officer. I used the whirling landline.
That's some clever tampering. Simple and clever. Crossing the lines like that.
Thanks. I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there. He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was... what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
They're frequent guests. Downstairs, they have a booth for Union members. They're probably down there now. Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have. Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter. I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
You may know.
Sure you do, you disco animal. In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here.
I'm sorry, miss, but we need a definite statement.
Let me make this 100% clear then, officers. I was not sexually assaulted. Would I be this flippant if I had been?
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
I don't know, Lieutenant Yefreiter. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door. I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers. A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant. I hate it when that happens.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy. Six crumbling petals rest on your palm. They're white, a bell-shaped crown.
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybells or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers before sending them off to battle. The revolutionaries saw the communards and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the suzerain's army, so it held meaning for the king's men too. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's a symbol of the Civil War. Yes, but not this early, not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. A big political and military conflict. Ask around or buy a book.
The petals feel dry and fragile in your hand. Water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth, but there is none. The feeling recedes. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick it, gung-ho style.
All right, let's trash the...
Let's not.
Your foot is ready to explode. The sturdy wood door as the same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick it.
All right.
Let's not.
Your foot, the sturdy wood door. The same. It's barred from... Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy. You kick it.
All right, let's trash the place.
Let's not.
The door receives a thorough. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick.
All right.
Let's not.
Your foot, the sturdy wood door. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick.
All right.
Let's not.
Your foot, the sturdy wood door. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick it.
All right.
Let's not.
Your foot, the sturdy wood door. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick.
All right.
Let's not.
Your foot, the sturdy wood door. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick.
All right.
Let's not.
Your foot, the sturdy wood door. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. Something cracks inside. It is an unbelievably satisfying sound,
Nice.
filling you with a belief in your own body.
Sounds like the property damage wasn't in vain, at least. Would it hurt to look in?
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere. You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there. Sensationally unnatural. If your mesolimbic reward pathway were to venture a guess, one of the bottles is probably being put somewhere it doesn't belong. And were your glands to venture another guess, they would add to that Another bottle is being put somewhere very close to that. The bottle is a bit smaller, you see. You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new. Three weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer. It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to consider. It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind our rape victim's room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
Large prints, most likely made by boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines.
The size looks about the same, actually. They are not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. No, these little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me, or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor. You clearly see
jackpot.
over there in the corner. Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin-operated. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Mundi. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gordy shall return and save his people. The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble. The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain. Areas around the playfield represent Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the summit. Indeed, Think of them as balls. It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease. Go, go, finger boy.
I feel sorry for the goats. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was. The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot when recounting his travels. A masked nationalist. An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent. He also hid his wife and kids. Other people's kids too. Sometimes pets. Hateful little man. But you seem to be having fun.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3. Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go. Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through. Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. Something blasts. The words "Pale Rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next. Hit the pads as fast as you can. Maximum attack. Not even a bullet can get through. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
Ah, if you can't even see it. The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. There goes nothing, finger boy. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
There must be a key somewhere. Probably somewhere in the whirling. It's not too important. We can get in and out using the roof door.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside. Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in. The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88. There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descente, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken.
That it does. I say, let's brave it. At the end of the last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5. Seems so, although it's pretty quaint for a freight elevator.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue. Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the hearties bang away at it.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice maker said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection. If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy. Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan. What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
You would have caught it.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough.
I was just thinking, yeah, it's pretty deluxe. I did not. Mystery solved then. I kept wondering where it led.
There may be more to this mystery at some later time. She's holding back. Let's make a mental note for now.
A peephole? You mean like a hole in the wall?
Yes, looking into your bedroom, miss.
Okay.
A jitter of fear and disgust moves through her body, beginning from her shoulders and ending in her hips. The cigarette tastes foul to her now.
Do you think this is somehow connected to me? Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how long it has been there?
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess, long enough. The perforation is under the bookshelf on your wall. It should not be hard to cover with some tape.
Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's been there for a long time. Maybe the local kids use it or something. I don't know. I'll be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there? Huh. This isn't good.
She's straight as a stick, suddenly. She feels like quarry, encircled. Her eyes dart to the door.
Okay. I'm glad someone's had fun. It is.
The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook.
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol? Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Why not? I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions.
She looks back. Don't worry. We will protect you. We will see through. You are advised, Miss Araignée Disco Dancer. Nothing, anything out there moves in your wind. The strange moment and
I was just thinking, what a
soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you. You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff. You too. Me? What did I do? These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore. Believe it. There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume. All of them. Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised. Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy. Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory. Truth. Softness. Protect her. She wants you. I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely. She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature. How it always does, through subtlety. There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do. No. It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not? I think it's safe to assume, yes, Mr. Thespian here hasn't been speaking up. If he were, I suspect there would be paeans to her truthfulness. Like this, she is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies. You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one he usually does says, huh? No, Mr. Conclusion. You're always kind of limited in your analytical abilities. That's not her fault, but still. Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. For a second, her face disappears from your cornea. Only a silvery negative remains. Still smiling, a tired smile. This window is pristine on the inside.
Looks like it, yes.
This window is pristine. This medicine cabinet is full of wares. It's been used. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoperidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Necra.
An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how. A bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container. It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed.
Hey, was there something you needed? Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
He's really holding himself back here. It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know what's behind the door.
Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
He was wondering about something business-related, about how much money he could make of one.
No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. The machine we have in the corner now is broken. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here, other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
What wall? I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the Whirling does not abide spying on its guests.
The color has drained from his face. What a shame to fix such a good peephole.
Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not. What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address. He's thought about this.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling. Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tilework, these high ceilings, the nice rooms, well, most of the rooms. For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me, some doom ghost. Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way. Even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. I don't place much stock in the curse and so on, but the label frightens the clientele. Who wants to stay at a doomed hostel? Everything's doomed enough without that. Some real estate management company, they never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved. Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. It's from a song. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad.
Good pick.
Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to help. So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment, can we, wrap it up? Yes?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her.
his hands become fists.
And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking
hit you. Duck.
Titus Hardy. Everard personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rest of the cafeteria has gone quiet, too. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man. You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for, then?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about. You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that. We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works? It's advanced stuff.
Understood? You've listened in on their communications. How long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why once you listen to it.
A door gun is a gun mounted to the door of a transport airship. They have a habit of mowing down civilians. Farmers mostly.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try shoving it up your ass, genius?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
Your room had one.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels are... The porter reel. If you push, command set, and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice room. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrete on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. still. One of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to. A friend of his?
Bad news.
A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about. Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. Or maybe Kohoi is just merc talk for atrocity, slaughter. End of recording. I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me. Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for? Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Semonese conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower. Afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Your mother probably never told you this, but girls are evil. Had I the physical robustness and social support, I'd be in Kohoi. I would be tearing it up Soldier of the Apocalypse style.
She wouldn't. She doesn't have the full Hoi in her.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? He and Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations, recorded neatly in blue ink.
Oh, that. It was a map of his life and the places he visited as a soldier. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. How? Imagine him lying in bed, freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them. Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Hello. Okay. I was trying to make sure there wasn't too much background noise on my microphone from the fan behind me, and there doesn't appear to be. I'm done with distractions, and now I can return to my video game.
Change of topic, perhaps? He was 42.
Okay. I want to deal with that at some point, because I guess I want to complain about this, that it bugs me severely when there's any audio issues on the stream, even if they're minor. But I can't fix it right now, so.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no. We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to like
it adjusts over time, and also I reposition myself to maybe block more of it. Like, once it, like, dials in, maybe it's better.
We were slightly off then. Thank you for clearing it up.
Amos, the adversary one.
Yes. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies. It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face.
Interesting.
Pardon this.
That's the year coming around.
I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
It's clear she was very much attracted to him, and still is.
Of course. He was the most strangely beautiful man I've ever been with. And I mean that. And now, he's dead. A pity.
I think it's really neat that Clisage comes back up, like a decent ways into the story like this. Like, after, you get that meeting right at the start, and after you're able to kind of see her up here, but have no way to get to her. Like, that she comes back up now, and, like, in this way, and, like, has this strong and, like, fond perspective on the deceased is really good. I like it.
Ah, yes. Is rare, if you can remember.
And, like, I don't know. I guess, like, a kind of, like, dark way of saying it, where, like, I don't know. I buy that she's not, like, lying about, like, the relationship she had with the deceased, but there's also definitely a vibe of, well, not only, like, they wanted her to lie, but it also felt like there was a wry, I'm not the kind of woman that would be believed, like, angle to it, or, like, a subtext of that in the way she's talking.
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
The lieutenant blinks. His expression does not change. All right, let's see where this is going.
You're not sure, let's just run this through and see what happens.
Cool.
Thank you, Clisage.
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrijk. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
Sex, alcohol.
Thank you, electrochemistry.
Speed, probably also sildenafil, and violence.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Do I want the Jamrock Shuffle? I'm still so curious about Precarious World, but I just am unwilling to take that consequence. And also the fact that like that is the thing they have chosen for the temporary consequence makes me think it either is interesting but not in a mechanical way, or like I don't know, telling you, trying to communicate. Let me actually drop that line of thought and put a new one in. Like it feels like they're trying to communicate something with that, and I'm not sure what they're going to land it into. I if I want to. Well, I kind of want to have another. I've been having the Paul. Okay, I actually did leave one open. Good job, pass off. Sure. And like having a slot open for the next slot that tickles me. And I'll hold on to that last point in case one of these jumps out at me as needing a point. Alright, that's fun. Talk to Titus. Maybe after that we can finally go to the truck that I have been taunted by for days. Nope, fuck. The window looks like it's the staircase, is the thing. I think the navigation downstairs is among the worst parts of how this navigation system works, in a system that I think broadly I don't understand why it's set up the way it is. It just does not mesh well with me.
Around. What is it now? Man, that fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
You caught him off balance. Push, and he would give way.
Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine. People are supposed to be like that.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Corsage also may be a little fucked up, but she pulls it off.
Funny. No good goddamn psycho whore.
Watch your goddamn mouth, Titus.
Right. Oh, fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
Many.
Women are crazy. Irrational. That's what you're thinking, right? Also, your fists are itching for a bump.
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head. Yeah, you're right about that. She takes way too many drugs.
Well, it's as they say. You can't do anything with an underdose.
With an overdose, you can at least try to come off it. Take a bath, do breathing exercises, get medical attention as necessary. With an underdose, you're just you.
Yeah, but I mean, she has an actual drug problem. Not like you. Not like us. I don't think I've ever seen her.
I used to be an alcoholic, is the thing. I have done the fancy anti-rad drug, and I will probably do it again.
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent. They're confused. This is growing over their heads.
Come on, Titus. It's been a long day. I'm tired of running back and forth between you. I can see you're tired too. Why don't you just...
Hold that thought, Kim. Sorry, I did check something real quick.
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck on!"
This is the petulant rage of someone who's at the end of their wits.
Gonna cry about it, Titus? Gonna cry about it?
We're
Gonna throw a fit?
done.
Fucking
This
baby.
is over. Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? What we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
Get his ass, Gart.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
I'm hoping I can try this check after going back to the menu. I can raise my rhetoric up a bit. I can also put a point into it, though it's still going to be a rough check. Not doing any, I don't have any debuffs against rhetoric, which is a good start. Why is this? Okay. Thought I had a plus rhetoric somewhere. Possible I don't. Oh, there you go. Bring that back on if I want to. Don't really want to wear either of the racism clothes if I don't have to, but I do have them and I would consider it if it was relevant for a check, but... Sure, I'll throw a point into rhetoric. I'll commit to the bet. Didn't
It's
Monica
you
have
again.
giant titties?
What is
I'm
it?
curious about this. This is important to my understanding of the world. Ooh. Even, you say?
Clausia is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played, and they'll tell you the truth. Those are the other guys. Oh, you don't like these, whatever. Just do the fiddle thing, sire. It'll be artistic.
No, we fucking ain't.
No, Glenn. I want to hear this. Who do you think is fucking fiddling me?
The hunter becomes the...
I don't understand what...
Just skipping through the menu options because I'm just going to re-roll the check.
It's you again. What is it?
I could go grind another. I could fail the check, go grind another rhetoric point out of something, and then try it again. But no, fuck this game. It just incentivized me to roll these until I succeed.
Tell them how bad they got played.
No, Glenn. I want to...
I don't understand.
When this game's good, it's very good, and when it's not good, it's extremely frustrating.
It's you again.
And it's been as much of each of those things tonight, is the thing.
Convince
There we go.
Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter. But you know someone who might. Fat Angus, the powerful guy. Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker. Just remember, it's about more than Glazia. It's about these men and Martinez. Their district. Their responsibility. Outside, in the midday sun, ruins. The pavements are cracked and the benches peeling. Newspapers blow in the wind.
Do I have to talk to him separately?
Fat anger.
I
Just remember,
understand
outside,
that.
in the
Okay.
midday sun, ruins. Huh? He'll get it. Go on.
Okay. I'm doing a thing. I see.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Goddamn right. This is Union Town. You work for the company, we will kill you.
Fuck, Dennis. We don't kill you if you work for the company. Half the harbor works for the company.
work for the wrong company, and they execute you.
It wasn't that. It wasn't... We just couldn't get him down, okay?
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
Firearm. A Glass 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. The lieutenant has put down his notebook. His hand is resting
Hell yeah,
on his
Skim.
holster. He gives you an imperceptible nod.
We'll ignore the fact that Kim cannot shoot accurately on account of not being able to see well. We'll assume this is going to go great if he has to pull that thing out.
What? What does that mean?
I want to push Angus, right? Yes, I want to push Angus. I don't really have a good feeling if you're in this kind of sub-true, you've already hit the success, like if it makes you, if you're starting to kind of like play correctly, or if it's just like locked in and it's just flavor at that point. Like I'm gonna pick Angus, but I don't have a good understanding of like how this part of the dialogue tree tends to work.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Interesting.
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
I mean, you already told me... Well, I would love if you told me more things, but that is already a great lead.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat?
Hey, come on.
Angus? Now it's all pointless.
Like, he's a
It's
dumbass.
not-
You don't gotta do the
You
fat
wasted
shit.
my
I
time.
expected better from you,
I told
Lizzie.
you,
Goddamn.
I told you just give her
Like,
up.
you're the only one in this room who has, like, their head screwed on straight, and you're pulling that shit.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions?
In a manner of speaking. We had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
I also think it's kind of, like, cute, almost, that, like, the guys are, you know, generally shitty about Fat Angus being Fat Angus, but, like, Titus's line there about, like, Angie, where's your inhaler? Like, there was caring in that. That was a, like, you're my guy, and, like, you're a fuck-up, and I hate you, but, like, you got your inhaler, buddy? Doing all right? Like, that was caring. That is the kind of caring you were allowed to have under masculinity, and I appreciated hearing it.
The big guy turns to Glenn, who's about to say something. The blonde shuts his mouth
Maybe this may be a
word
third
escapes.
trucker that I was supposed to magically find from this line of dialogue and that I only know about because I went and spoiled myself on the wiki because I was so frustrated about being stuck. Is it that lady trucker?
I'll say it again. All the Hardy Boys are right here, cop. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her. Anyway, we're Hardy Boys. And that's it.
Maybe they could be a trans mask Hardy Boy. I gotta go talk to him and get to know the gender situation.
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klasia you want to talk to.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult to see.
So there was a wound. You should try looking for it one more time before you send the body away.
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't. Klassier came down.
Okay, but I need to go
Really
scramble
out of it.
and get a
Drugged
point
up
of
even more
perception
than
so I can
usual.
actually retry that check.
Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
Shut the fuck up, man. It's a better line before you said anything.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
That's okay with the fat man, still wheezing there. He couldn't speak if he wanted to.
We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. And there was a bullet hole through the window.
Yeah, because the window is replaced.
Dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
And then we knew they were able to see from the peephole that's in the wall. God, I kind of feel, I mean, like I kind of like was, well, I guess I could have imagined the game works this way just from knowing how this kind of game works, even if it's like a more flowery game than like, you know, your typical like adventure game that I compare it to, usually derogatorily. Like it makes sense to me that like if you just know all the answers, like you can kind of just, you know, path through much faster because you know where things are. And like that, and if I hadn't worked that out on my own, the fact that there's an achievement for like doing this or solving the case about like inspecting the body at all, like totally makes sense. That you can just like, you know where your alternate clues are for things that you would find by looking at the body. Like for instance, like I assume like I could have perception checked if I do that perception check on the body correctly. I assume it would have just told me there was a bullet hole, and like I figured there was something, which is why I have not sent the body away. But I failed to check. But like I did, there's something there. Like now, with this context, I know like that probably is what I would find, and probably what I'll confirm as soon as I'm able to do that check.
Tibbs patched the window, and the corpse we hanged. Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business. You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. They can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her, from the old world, where she came from. They're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
That's all he knows. That's all she's told him.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
This would be a real one, even if we very severely did not get along at first blush.
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue. I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
And like I'm not I mean, I think I don't keep it front of mind all the time. Like, it's not lost on me that, like, we are outsiders here from an orb that they have a great deal of reason to distrust. And, like, it's not as simple as making them the good guys, making the Union the good guys. Like, there's a lot of reason to treat us like shit the way they did when we showed up here. And, like, it's good to be put in that position as the player. Just like, yeah, you're the outsider here. Like, people are not going to be necessarily forthcoming with you, or are going to have, you know, their own framework that they're placing you in before you've even arrived. And, like, that changes the way this progresses compared to, like, you know, if you were anyone else. And, like, I guess, like, you can kind of, like... Sorry, I positioned in my chair and got out of the campus field. It kind of, like, even frames you up for that, like, you know, you come in media res, like, Harry having already, you know, fucked up and been on a drunken bender, and, like, Clasage is the first person that meets you and tells you, like, yes, I heard you, you know, singing loudly and smashing your room up. So, like, you're given the idea very early on that, like, yeah, you are preceded by your own reputation, or the things you did, the dumbass things you've done. And then, like, they kind of lead in after that with, like, oh, by the way, even if you hadn't been, you know, the world's biggest fuck up, you are still a cop from an organization these people do not like. It's good. It's really good.
I mean, the people after Klausya. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
I do. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do if I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
Yeah, we're nearly done, bud.
He's calmed down, threw all that turmoil away, and became himself again.
Me too. You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go...
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling the large windows in their frames. It carries newspapers, circles the whirling in rags in a warm column.
She, Klausya, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But, that's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here...
What I mean, man. I ain't doing shit.
Just be a couple of ruins.
We didn't solve a murder.
Some cargo containers.
That's it.
We'll take that into account.
And also, I don't think she did it, which is the only circumstance where I would be forced to take that back.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height
Huh.
window.
Didn't realize there was a
hawthorn
check here.
branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow.
Oh, that's the key for the door.
A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Huh? I'm not your janitor, cop. I don't even know what you're talking about. There's nothing there.
If he says it's there, it's there.
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable.
I knew
here.
these guys are gonna be shits about
Don't
it.
think
I
any
just don't
side
really
will
know if I have a
really
better
help
option.
right now.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that. The Hawthorne's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up.
Theo, huh?
Pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch, and slides it across the table to you.
Thank you, Theo.
The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
This seems like one of the things that is very well. I guess maybe you can't do this until you've gotten a hint it's there. Well, I mean, I guess I just missed this window was detectable, so it's possible I could have done this. It's also I could have checked this window day one and seen the key, and if it's possible to do that, I imagine knowing it's there, you just grab it and go into that back room like from the start. I can also believe you have to wait like later in the cycle for reasons, or that you need to get back there a different way first or something.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
He probably wants me to leave.
I'm tired of listening to your shit. Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
I'm just gonna leave these people. They don't need me in their lives anymore. Alright.
You see, ahead, the key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years, but then the lock clicks.
Wait. I see. Oh, I have a spare point now. Oh no, I don't. It's saying I don't like the UI for this game. Oh, I should go back and save scum that. Oh, do I have the... Sweet, okay, that one's back up too. Let's do that first, actually. I might have a +1 to the perception for the ice bear check, because I have reason to suspect there's a bullet hole there. But we'll see if the game agrees with that assessment or not. Also, can I up my perception at all? I can can make it harder on purpose. That's kind of like raising the stat. My hair is getting longer, and my head fur is getting longer and tickling my ears much more often, and I don't like that that's happening. Why do we have so many negative perception items, but no actual perception items? Great. I guess I have these. I'm putting my correct shirt back on. There you are. Okay, let's save and...
The bear's eyes are still glowing red.
Oh.
It's guarded
okay,
over the
okay.
corpse
They just basically give it to you? I see. I guess I wonder if in theory you can get the +1 but not the +14 there and still have it be a thing.
Your arms reach out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh, first with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand. His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent.
Normally I would say hot, but I think not in this circumstance.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop.
Fuck it, sure, man.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery.
Like, this is quite something, but I'm honestly not sure that
hard pearls
looking at what I'm doing would make this experience better.
In the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
Keep going.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Sure, man.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth.
I'm not wearing
right
gloves
into his
for
brain.
this either, or I am, but I'm pretty sure I'm wearing fingerless gloves.
Yes, that's what this part is called. You've seen the drawings. You've studied them. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. The bullet has torn apart his reptilian complex. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever. Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper, until you feel it on the tip of your finger. Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin. This must be the bullet. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush.
If I fail this check, I'm reloading. I haven't come this far to fail this check.
You push your hand further in. The bullet keeps rolling between your fingers as you beckon it to come out.
Interfacing? Okay.
Out comes his small folding knife. The lieutenant moves its blade across the man's with a crack.
Push it up.
A
bullet. Here's your
I am
need to
reloading this.
opinion. And what I had my
his brow.
Oh, you really yes.
This little thing.
We bag the work on the. I leave that choice.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant.
You're gonna fucking make me go through the whole thing of pushing through his mouth just to have me fail on like grabbing the bullet check? No, I don't think so. I disagree. That was interfacing, right? Yeah. Oh, we got interfacing in spades. I'm really curious where you find the rest of the six. Because I contemplated going for the boots, but like not. The boots are clearly like, you know, an master level thing to go for. Like especially the fact where you need Kim to not be there, or he'll judge you severely for what you're doing. But like, I don't see the point of going for the boots if I don't know how to get like the like legs or arm pieces, and I have no fucking clue where those are. I would be delighted if I got one of the other pieces in this run. I don't think I will. I might do some exploring on the internet on my own time and like see how you do any of the rest of it, but like I don't know. I guess it is oh no, I got the gloves. I mean the I guess I was thinking like an arm piece or something. I know there's gloves and boots, and I expect there's at least one like upper arm piece, or like I guess I mean chest piece, but also arms. I'm looking at the jacket and shirt, but no, I do have the gloves. I'm wearing the gloves. Yeah. Okay, let's try this again.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's your
It'd be
arms
really
reach
funny
out
to fail this 97%. I wonder if you even can. I would have to look at the dice to see if it's actually mathematically possible to fail. Because I
His
know
face,
like it's
his cheeks,
a
his
percent,
nose,
but I also
his
know
fat,
how dice
swollen
roll
lips,
RPG
like a
mechanics work,
spider.
and it could be
Your
the
hand
case that you.
crawls over his features.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how they calculate.
Everything
I guess is the thing I mean.
The oral cavity is can you a vision? You see a hole, barely visible. A black trick. Your index. Yes, you've seen the drawings. The basal gang, the funks of your fingers slide. The lieutenant, your finger. All the muscles in your body. Your fingers sharp. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline.
What? Fuck off! Can't believe I rolled the failure, the instant
The
failure.
bullet keeps rolling between your fingers as you beckon it to come out. Out comes his small folding knife. The lieutenant moves its blade with a crack.
Can you push
a fraction?
a bullet? Here's your. We need to high velocity. Opinion and one. I had my.
His brow furrowed.
Oh, yes.
This little.
We bag the corpse. Work on the. I'll leave that.
After you bag the corpse,
I wonder how many times I actually have hit the crit failure on these, because I noticed it that time, but I don't think I've noticed it happening other times. Like, I definitely have gotten
still
the
glowing red. Your arms
great
reach
success
out and your eyes
before, but
close. His face.
I think that's just what 97% means is guaranteed
The oral
success
cavity
unless
is
you hit
cold
the crit
and
failure, in
moist.
which case it's
The
failure.
ball- the t- Can you a vision? You see a hole. A black your index. Yes, you've seen the basal, the funks, your fingers, the lieutenant, your finger, all the muscles, your fingers sharp. The pain is barely noticeable.
Thank you. Also, I'm wearing gloves now. The bullet is not, in fact, cutting into my fingers.
You pick
Disagree.
the sharp metal bullet between your index and middle finger. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just... The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth, covered in blood up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
A bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact. No, you deserve it. We can log it later. We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion color. Soft palate, back of mouth.
Interesting. I did wonder during this if this was meant to be a suicide, but I was and am thrown by the broken window. I also may have misreading it, but I really don't know how else to read bullet wounded back of mouth. Like, there's a thing that means.
High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound? Opinion, fatal injury. And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3, ligament mark. Treatment. It's obvious the Hardy Boys tampered with it. I had my doubts. There were no signs of a struggle on his hands. No claw marks on his neck. But still.
His brow furrows, while his eyes glaze over. The lieutenant looks regretful for not figuring this out before.
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening. Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. Work on the case, tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like
Now,
this.
is he going to be gone to the rest of today or tomorrow? Because I do want to do the thing that may or may not get me shot tonight.
I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
Aw, thanks, Kim.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Let's hold him for the rest of the day and then send him off tomorrow. I'm sure that is a choice of consequences, but since I already know I have a quest to get my gun back today, I would like to do that without possibly getting shot. Because I have two things to do today. I have to get my gun today, which might get me shot, and I also have to do... I thought I had another thing to do. Maybe I don't. I thought I had something from Cindy, but maybe I'm misremembering.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to... No one has used it in ages. No...
I'm not going to kick it. I can tell that is a -1 health check. I don't need to do that to myself. Do I know the password for this now? Also, I need to have a flashlight so I can actually see shit. I should investigate that before I forget, but let's hold it.
A police badge
Look at
on
this.
which you see.
Yes, I'm trying to think if any of these other
The worn
ones
map
need.
features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez. Your finger moves through, finally coming to
For a more detailed view of the map,
an intricate the pattern still. The
I think I've looked
of
at all of
King.
these, but I'm not sure if there's any
There
I
it
just
is again.
missed. I think I didn't necessarily read both books, but I'll worry about that later.
The note is written.
Flashlight, that's what I'm trying to do here.
Tiles on the cube ask the speaker.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Good. Please repeat the password. Good. I've unlocked the production schedule.
Really? She just used the same password?
Many people do.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing. It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule. Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts.
I really like thinking of game development that requires radio programmers. I think we should bring that back somehow.
And a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. But on the other hand, their obligations were piling up at an inhumane rate, a rate that could only be amended by Pyrrolidon. The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy. It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't. No, Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads. At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Sulisław Jalisa, decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
Wild, expensive sounding choice.
So many.
Jesus
There
Christ.
were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined. Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here.
I want to see Harry try this. It's going to be a big number. It's going to be a real big number. Thank you. That sounds about right. Yep.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest.
Factorials will get you. Factorials will get your ass every time.
He's dying for a cigarette. Come to think of it, you are too.
This is worth
What if
it.
you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop? Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss. On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
I guess a like radio-based computing environment would be uniquely susceptible to like spaces where sound doesn't exist, and presumably also other forms of like radiation.
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the
Like that would fuck up Wi-Fi too, but not in the same way or to the same
despite
extent.
their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss. Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
Like this kind of radio, like, calling it one-to-one, basically Wi-Fi is not accurate, I think, like mostly because the technology base in this world is just so different. But it does make me think of a world where everything is Wi-Fi, and like we just do not have the concept of like hardwired communication, which would change a great number of things, especially if it is also not Wi-Fi. Like if it's just like, yeah, we do everything via like radio relay and like very old chain-smoking women, apparently.
S. Luukkonen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for
Jesus.
me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal. Her former colleagues would agree with you. She's right, actually. Nothing wrong with keeping this type of filament.
I will take your word for it.
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later. 4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there.
We met the
to look
programmer, right?
this
It's the lady in the
thing
church.
eye.
Because if so, like, I understand precisely why she's the way she is. Like, this all makes perfect sense. Like, of course. Of course she has turned into a weird scientist freak who is studying the anomaly in the air, because A, that's fucking bizarre, and I would be just genuinely interested on it on its own. And also, if it just fucked me this specifically. Like, I worked on a game development project for years, and this mystical, like, gap in the air just fucked me over. I'd be like, I'm gonna study that bitch. I'm gonna solve that bitch and figure out what the fuck happened and know. She's gonna spend the rest of her life researching it, and I hope she figures it out.
Saint-Brun 1147. That's what the street sign next to the church said. In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Riyal, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Riyal, with only half of the game finished. 400,000 Riyal? Yo. These guys knew how to party. Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the
I didn't actually want to
framework
throw
in
it
a
away,
soft
but I had
glow.
no other option.
Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Alright, let's finish doing the Jamrock
The
Shuffle.
Jamrock Shuffle.
Still not done with the homosexual underground, though.
In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure, and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
Maybe. Great. I'll have to find some of those, I suppose, but... I also love that my bonuses from thoughts are just all negative. Great. Perfect. I regret nothing. Actually, I might. Well, I kind of want to take out this one because this one actually doesn't actually help me. But also, like, I don't know. I feel like in one of my rare instances of like feeling fully in sync with this game, it's like, no, I picked these. I'm sticking with these. These are my choices that I've made, and I must maintain them. Especially when also most of them are good and funny. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna have another run of this game in me even, but I think if I do, it's gonna be very much more like goal oriented. Okay. What else can I do? Oh yeah, this is the other one. Staban's meeting. Staban's meeting is also something that I think where I will get shot at. We'll deal with that later. Oh. I am real curious what gets Kim to put on the jacket. I will not chase that down, but I might go look up the answer if I don't manage it before my playthrough ends. I think having that conversation and suggesting he should take it was a good start, but I imagine there is another thing you need to do to make him actually put it on, but a thing I don't yet know. Could be he's more interested once we've actually like wrap the case up and do whatever we do in Revershaw after the case is done. Which I was presuming was basically nothing, but maybe there's a little bit of an epilogue, or maybe there's, I don't know, more things to do. I will find out when we get there, I suppose.
It's always good.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
I understand.
Just like that, no resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
I mean, you haven't wasted as much of my time as I have, Kasage.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. There's more. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again, where the cold oceanic expanse lies, and behind it, another world.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. Just business, but bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me. It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol. Or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with
the
intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lewis doing County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lewis Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Lewis Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive. Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. People lost their jobs. Good people too, not just C-suite. A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder. We were there. Together. In bed, I mean. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him.
I see.
His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could.
A great pain moves through her, a dark and indefinite wave. She continues in spite of it.
I knew he was dead, before he fell down on top of me. No, I want to. Let's get this done.
It's okay. Tell us as much as you're comfortable with.
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Oh. So am I.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head. Get into his mindset.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched.
The French call this the big death.
So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway.
When you're killed while you were fucking someone.
There were people there.
Pretty sure I stole the French call this the fucking huge death from some post online. But the novel context here, I think, makes it enough of a new joke that I get to claim it. I think actually the post I remember is the French called this the fucking huge cum or something like that. I don't remember the exact phrasing.
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer. Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the body.
I mean, we know what happened. I'm not particularly
To
bothered.
produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
Interesting.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
Oops.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does. Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times.
Yeah, I bet. You had a fucking bender of a month.
It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did. I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break. I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone, so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. Or, I don't know anything anymore. All I do is wait here.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there. Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible. Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then?
Was it a lie? Like, it checks out, but if it wasn't, well, okay. I'll wait for the game to give me more information, I
Last
suppose.
week, Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands. He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody.
Really don't want to do this to her when I suspect she
that
will
won't
be
necessary.
killed.
Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality. This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her.
Do I want to? Like, I'm not sure what this games mean. I don't know if I want to be an asshole to her like this. Like, what? Like, I do love a drama check, but I don't... Trying to think of what high dramas. I love like kind of like the floweriness like in all the descriptions of everything in this game, but it makes it so hard for me to tell what anything means or will do. I mean, I guess I can save and do it and then load. I have to know. I feel like there's a strong chance I just immediately regret it, but I'm so curious what they mean with this.
It's a fine day for questions.
Who? What? Dear Lord, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not the most fair and just at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her
I'm not going to do that.
Before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first.
Having some water.
See?
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergency's desk number.
Gained money and experience with this. Great.
Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
She stands before you, holding her back very straight. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
It is the end of this. I am going to reconstruct the scene now.
This window is pristine on the inside.
Okay. I am not sitting on a point. Interesting. So maybe interrogating her more would give me something against Titus, but I'm going to ignore that for now. Visual calculus. I'm glad this is a hand-eye coordination check. There's something I wanted hand-eye coordination for that I failed recently, I thought, but I don't remember what that check was. Visual. I thought I had something else that does visual. The old save scum, in case I
This
don't get
window
it.
is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed.
Okay, see you in a minute. Sorry, I'm looking at computer, actually.
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back, It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain, ending him. From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points. There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago. 72%, with a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies. Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective. None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez? According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime. B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on. 700 meters away, the likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account. 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions, let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched. 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea, as you saw in the coin-operated viewer. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
It's you again. What is it? Why? You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only man responsible for this unit. Get with it, or fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off!
Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Good that I have a better hat than this, so I'm not compelled to wear the culturally insensitive for me to wear this hat. I look like an asshole. But sometimes that's what you have to do to make these checks, so.
It's you again. What is it?
Hell yes. Got your ass.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought. A massive activity spike in the amygdala copicum, the part cops use to pin murders on people.
Great. Thanks, man.
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
No.
That's a lie.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out, too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. She's a busy girl. Always has been.
Could this complex operation be the one Joyce asked you to look into? Probably, though they'll never open up about it. You'll have to keep investigating.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinet. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up. 72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
Definitely lie. The truth is not credible.
No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. What they say.
I am a madman. I'm also a really good cop, somehow.
Madman.
Those numbers were an ass pull, man.
Yeah, and they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo jumbo. He hasn't got shit.
Oh. People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Yeah, it's the most surprising truth about this game is that Harry is actually a really good cop. Like, he's very good at his job. There's a reason he's a top detective. He's just also an alcoholic and, you know, like, basically suicidal. Like, just trying to break his life on purpose, but also good at his job. It's possible those things are related. Maybe that's why he's so good at his job. I don't know, but we do know both the things about him.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down, all under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
Also, welcome back.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it? Footprints. Recent.
The tracks were recent, but not worn down in the right foot like Ruby's. It's best to omit this pesky little polemic for now. Too confusing.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that call. Good news is, I'm still listening. Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Wow, man, can we? I mean...
Yeah, talk to what's his name, the bartender. He's totally up for it.
That'd be awesome. I beat that royalist machine 20 times now.
All right, all right. We can get the barman to bring them down. What else? I don't like guessing, Cole. No one.
Many people like guessing.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old, faded. It'd have been there for 20 years at least.
And then put it back? Why? It's damn interesting you found it there, but it doesn't fit with Ruby, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits. Andy knows it.
I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying it's part of the elevator she used to get up there? That's one mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it? Garbage. It wasn't a Sambo artist call. I've been doing this for 10 years. Let me give you a lesson. Boys.
It's never a Sambo fighter, and it's never a bullet-bending sniper.
But is it always the butler?
Or ghost. It's never a ghost either. Don't worry, we've got better than that.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then
I don't think I want to see that.
Out in the shape of a gun.
Look, fucko. Ruby and I are pretty tight. She would have showed me the gun if she had one. She knows I love guns.
Yeah? Everyone knows Glenn loves guns.
I don't know, Glenny. Ruby's a little secretive, isn't she? Wasn't like she told you every little thing.
She organizes things. She doesn't whack people. That's not the kind of person she is. She's a talker.
It's clear this one is protective of her.
Easy now, Glenn. What he's trying to say is, people who don't have guns don't shoot people. You need a gun for that. You can't prove she has one.
You don't need to prove anything. Doubt is enough for now. And Titus must have some.
Yes, goddammit, I know what a 72% chance means. It means there's a 28% chance it isn't that. And 28% is...
Yeah, I've won rolls with that percentage. Might have taken me a few loads, but I've done it.
Just making sure we are on the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
All right, Carl. Keep talking. I'll tell you when I've had enough.
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's
Claudia.
all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration. He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
There's no fucking leadership challenge. Just when I thought you were taking this seriously, Cop, you put your head
Gotta
in
follow leads, man. I gotta ask.
Man, now he's just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
Okay. We ruled out infighting. That's how this works, by exclusion. Remember, all we need to do is rule Ruby out too. That's all this is.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why? She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation. I told you. You. No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. Sure.
I have regular thoughts in my head. I'm normal.
You know, when I first saw you limp in here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
God, I'm thinking of the fucking officer, are you okay? And then like the 4 different like no lines and the whole visualization of like the way Harry's thought process works.
She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop. Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock. that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other. Open them up, like can.
And then when they're all empty, just move onto the next can. Don't look back unless there was something you missed.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having to go.
I just like that Ty's like, yeah, he fucking played us, and I'm not gonna, like, I already had my tantrum about it. I'm just gonna fucking move on. Like, yeah, we got played. Happens.
Silence. He nods.
You are insistent.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burned.
Also, again, don't talk to cops.
This cop, Titus.
Unless you're legally compelled to. Do not talk to cops.
She was too scared.
Get a lawyer. Or wait until they give you a lawyer. Also, because our courts are fucking stupid. Make sure you clearly specify, I want a lawyer. Or they'll go, well, we don't know what a lawyer dog is. So that doesn't count. That doesn't count as invoking your Fifth Amendment rights.
Scared. You should be too.
Or
a strange fear creeps
whatever
over you.
Thing I'm
a
thinking of.
metallic taste in your mouth. Change the subject.
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there. Sure, there's some shithouses there, a cinderblock town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize, so that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite.
I think I would do this, like, anyways, just out of respect, but I kind of just like the idea of, like, always uncritically shaking hands when I'm giving you opportunity in this game. I feel like there's at least one or two times I've turned it down, but I feel like I've almost always been like, yeah, sure. I'm also putting the flashlight away, so I'm tired of holding it out like a jackass. Also, I'm tired of looking like a jackass, so let's put it on the cool clothing again. Including the anti-TOS jacket. It's not actually not any hat I care about right now. Maybe one day. I love this jacket. I feel like one of the things I remember hearing about this game was that jacket, and specifically in the context of it being discourse generating. Having come to it at this point in my life, it's like, no, it's good to put that in actual fucking rules.
Another thing. Great.
Oh, I don't mind to tell you. I lied. Well, maybe I tell you fucks either if you're just gonna keep like being upset at me every time I talk to you.
Yes? What is it?
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your...
Can I actually...
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
You're an asshole. You know what? Maybe we're both assholes.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange.
kind of did piece together they were from probably my precinct, or at least like part of the forest, but I still don't understand why they're here.
You think you have a pretty hot
Or,
suspect,
like what the
right now,
purpose of them
don't
being
you?
here is.
That ruby of yours? Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and ruby-centric in the end. Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash? No, they didn't. Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere, but you're suddenly so
Well, something that was
certain
certain is that I want to talk to Ruby, and this was like this was a way to grind a bunch of XP from the conversation, and B, a way to get Titus to tell me not to get a lead on her, because clearly she knows something. Like, I don't think Ruby's the killer, but she knows something.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you. That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it, and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now, you know that. Free as a bird on that roof. Lighting up a
Not
cigarette
blaming
and
her
thinking,
for it.
Am I glad Ruby's in this
I
shit?
buy her story. Passage. I knew how to pronounce her name, and then I immediately forgot it. I'm not gonna try again. Jeez, what can I do? How many points do I have to burn? Just the one. I'll hold on to that. Sure. Later. Tomorrow. I guess I have to dig into Ruby before I can advance any stuff. I'm less annoyed about it than I was earlier. Like, I'm like kind of like warmer on the game now, but the fact that this is just like basically secretly tied to like this whole thing and like buried under like getting information deep in a conversation that was behind colored outlines, I didn't think it was useful, and then like a whole other thing I hadn't done. It's like, how was I supposed to know any of that? Like, I don't feel like Trisha. God damn it, move! I'm trying to drag her away from the monitor so I can see, and she's like clawing and holding onto the desk mat, so it's all messed up. And I just feeds my like, kind of like negative like experience of this game to feel like stuff's just like buried in a way that, at least with the way I engage with this, I was not going to find, or at least took ages to find. And like it's been like a whole focus of like my playing of this too, is like all my lines are pointing in this direction, and like I'm missing the crucial piece of information that will let me actually progress any of them. Just sitting in that state for fucking days. It's frustrating. Why? Move on. I'm also concerned about where Trish is sitting, so I need to take pills. She was blocking them from me. I hate the fast travel system in this game so fucking much. I thought it would have been faster to not walk over here at all, and now I have to like actually crawl to the upper section. It's just annoying as hell. And then I always forget that
the policeman.
is how it even
I hope
happens.
the waves don't. Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately. This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. Ah, I should have known. This is yet another union mess. I'm not afraid of them, you know. We are not in the habit of being afraid around here.
Enough of this. She better start talking right now.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
I'm now being yelled at by Trisha because I put her on the floor.
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
Absolutely not going to do this.
Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards. Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
I don't know if I'd call it that, but you know what? Sure.
Oh, our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least. Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
Oh? Who? Okay. When did this person stay here? Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning. Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
I'll just keep the Cor de Leche in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
I didn't realize she'd moved over here.
Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty?
Thanks, Joyce.
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Oh, Jetty, oh, Jetty. It's good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had
Great.
my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster
It's okay,
of
Harry. Talking to this woman also
suspicious
makes me
mask,
feel very
as far as
gay.
I can tell.
I can relate.
How do I like it?
Starting Disco Elysium. Okay, she's done talking. Starting Disco Elysium, talking to Joyce Messier, and immediately getting the thought, I have to discover the homosexual underground. I must.
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune.
Trisha, why? No, you have to... Okay. Trisha wants a lot needing time, I think. And I guess I can let her have that. I want to be farther away from my mic. I don't know if that's a problem or not.
The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
That's my fault. I wouldn't blame that on the locals. I did that.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Okay, Trisha is once again laid down at the desk. She has gotten over how offended she was that I put her on the ground.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
That they don't.
Above you, there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly.
Have I told you how they discovered this place? No, they're in Celindian, Isla. I'm guessing you don't know then. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Do we?
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause.
I wouldn't call it pursuit when we don't know where she is.
To delay you.
Like, since like it's important to find Ruby certainly and talk to her, but like we don't have any idea where she is. Besides maybe around here, and she probably is not going to get more hidden with time when it has already been, God, like half a week.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're hot in pursuit. On the contrary, officer, I suggest you go back and...
Joy's still being useless until I discovered the secret truck driver that I had no way of knowing existed.
Maybe you should stop obsessing about your own and other people's sexuality. Feels like it's about time to do that. You thought about this for 8 hours? Not only should you stop, you should tell Kim you've stopped obsessing about other people's sexuality too. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Unless you already got him killed because you were obsessing about your sexuality. There's no way of telling from within your brain. But for your own sake, please say you didn't.
I want to keep obsessing about sexuality is the thing. I guess it's not an option. That's fine. God, there's so many of these that many that I'm curious about, many that I am not curious about. I guess this is just if you have all of the armor. Oh, is the secret just in the shack I'm already renting from her? Or does it mean a different shack? I suppose we'll see. Am I in the middle of anything else? I guess this. Let me do this first, actually. We've got 3 hours before people start going to bed, so I'm not too worried about missing her. That really looks like it should be navigable, but fine.
There's some tear. And 2 empty bottles. No, there's more.
A tragedy.
You see, a slogan used to...
Hello again. No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
It's more than 1 day off. You've been here for at least 2 days, but sure.
He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone.
Also, don't read my jacket. I target either... That's nothing. I see. This is the route to Land's End. Should be. I'm not sure what specific spots it wants me to check for possible gunshot residue. God, I wish I understood anything about how to navigate space in this game. Definitely help if it was clear to tell what is and is not walkable, because I feel like I always, like, why isn't this walkable? Why is this walkable? Could be. I don't appear to have a way to open the door, though, so... Already looked at this, but in case there's anything new here.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall.
We've already seen
with
this.
Another 7 shades. A cold behind this building.
Where am I meant to be checking then? Like, Land's End and Boardwalk are places I've been before. The Isola I'm not sure about.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable. Calling. Still someone.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
What you are is a surprise. get his wife on the phone.
Who is this? Who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that? Just tell me what's going on here. Bien, come here.
The sounds are muffled. You can make out two people.
Fucking homewrecker Harry doing this for no reason.
They're talking to each other in agitated voices. There's a shuffle of feet. Children, maybe. Amid the howling in the wire, you make out a woman's voice with a thick Samaran accent. Girard, this is a joke. Someone is making a joke. More shouting. You're pretty sure you hear a man saying fuck several times. Then the crackle in the phone line gets violently louder, like the surf breaking. You hear a faint thud. You could swear you're hearing furniture falling over. You can't make out a single word, just vague voices. One more, a child has joined. Something breaks or falls over. Footsteps approaching. Something hits the phone with a loud crack of plastic and microphone hiss. After that, you are left with the disconnect tone.
What the hell are you doing? You're right, you shouldn't have. Let's just go. I've had enough of this phone booth.
Sometimes you push a button that looks like it's going to do something bad, and a bad thing happens, and as the player you go, well, I don't know what I expected to happen there. Not that, but also I don't know that I can say it was unreasonable for that to happen. Well, I would love to find at least one of the places that I need to check off for this bullet business. I think this is the way to Land's End, maybe? Is one of them. Right, the door that I can't open.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
From here to the whirling? I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower. The wind picks up. Fine sea foam lashes your face. It feels like needles. You can take it. Just raise your collar, detective.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags. It's not possible to climb that ladder, and even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
He looks like he's cold out here at the tip of the coast. The jacket is warm, but not for this weather.
I'm okay. You, on the other hand, Freitor, you look like you're about to turn into a popsicle. Absolute idiocy. To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps, but anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out biddable prime, was it? Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joanne? Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for all men.
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, through a thick snowstorm melting flake by flake in the waves, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. A glowing light on the third floor of the whirling in rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass, her limbs long and slender.
I'm looking at something on the side. If this is gonna break things during the stream or not, I guess we'll find out. Mouse, please. Because of how like the screenshot thing I have on Linux works, I am terrified that it is also going to do bad things if I screenshot during on Windows, despite it being better about that kind of thing. I think it only specifically does bad things on Linux because I had a setting turned on in my screenshot application to freeze X on screenshot because it was doing another really annoying thing where it was like drawing its own border like into the screenshot unless I took it in a certain way, and like it was more prone to happen in certain circumstances than others. So, you know, trade off not having to open those boxes anymore, and in response, if I take screenshots during like a Discord stream call or whatever, like it does bad things, which is unfortunate because I have the habit of doing that when I'm, you know, messing around on the computer, and I had to stamp out that impulse during that circumstance specifically.
Smoking, drinking, being happy and elated without you, because you're here, freezing in the wind, aren't you? Doing your detective work.
Yes. Okay, so that's Land's End. Boardwalk. I don't actually know how to get to the island is the thing. Or I'm pretty sure I do not. Also, I just haven't been... okay, I can see it, yeah. It's mostly you just can't get there and you have to rule it out some other way, but I guess I will worry about that problem later. But I would really like to rule out the boardwalk, at least. I'm curious if I have more dialogue with what's-her-name, the programmer.
Yes, what is it? You told them to leave? Didn't think the cops in this place had it in them.
Well, I'm not in this place, really, is the thing.
Nope. Yes. And? I don't care. I don't care about crap men.
Wow, she really doesn't. Not afraid, this one.
What? No. No one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. I use the AR-1 as my RAIN Prefect's processing unit. RAIN Prefect. My radio computer. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna. On the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by
Programming on the radio, or in the air, sounds fucking wild.
It's all around us. That's what on air means.
Telling teams to log off the air and turn and touch grass when they're posting too much.
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market, so I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing. I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core, the light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something. They are connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks. Great. The swallow, you mean? What about it? Great. Thanks. Yes, what is it?
Tuna is also like the kind of person. There's an SKCD comic, I don't remember which one, that's about like a how am I forgetting the Die Hard. A Die Hard like situation of like, you know, cut comms cables and everything, and a guy like walks over broken glass to do it, to fix everything. Muttering about uptime or do that, and like, you know, they ask like, oh, is he a commando or whatever? He's like, no, he just, you know, killed everyone we sent to stop him and was just muttering about uptime the whole time. And like the other guy says like, Jesus, we're doing it for sysadmin. The vibe in that comic is the vibe Suna has for me of just like would march directly through broken glass and kill people to get to like her radio computer and like finish this shit she's doing.
You see that seagull up there? Remind you of anybody?
It's a good one. I suppose many are, but oh, sorry, the tracking gets so upset when I move out of frame. Yeah, it's a good one.
You and the seagull are just alike. Think about the seagull's story. It's one of endurance and adaptation. The seaside was paradise once. They were birds of that paradise. Then their paradise became shit city. And what did they do? They became urban survivors, eating burgers out of trash cans, killing and eating pigeons. No time for that sentimental bullshit. They're hustlers, getting shit done. They're one pair of track pants away from gangsters, just like you. You have. The body remembers. Exactly. The seagull does what it takes, and so do you. You've got that same spirit in you. When the time comes, you push yourself. As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though.
I mean, I don't want to stick my hand in there, but I want to know.
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then, something hard wrapped in paper. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops.
I don't know where that... Oh, this is the, shave your face check. That's what this is. I couldn't figure out what this check was, and now I remember. I'm not doing that one, not doing that one, not doing that one. I think I cannot do this one. Will not do that one. And these, in theory, could come back up. May or may not. I want to do this one, if I have a chance today. You know what, sure, let's see if we can roll that. Well, I'll talk to the washerwoman and I'll see if I can roll this check of choice to get the whatever bit of conversation that is. Let's save. I might need to raise some skills up.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope. Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
But it? You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear, we welcome all kinds of people here. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
I cleaned it, like I always do. No.
The truth, sire.
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
I'm taken with the way this voice actress pronounces no.
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room. How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun. Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think. I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on the door screeched like a cat in heat.
No comment.
Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north. You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
This is a cool moment. It needs a cool thing to be said.
I saw someone quote, I think it was the quote account on Blue Sky that posted quotes in this game, shared this one. I'm not going to say this.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
The failed electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
Interesting.
What more do you want? Yes, one thing, officer. If you do find her, please
Want to
go
know the
easy
truth,
on
ma'am.
her.
I'm not gonna take anyone in. I don't have to.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
The waves are beginning to die down.
What's the Joyce check I want to do? Conceptualization, right?
Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Oh, it's high? Interesting. I didn't realize Jamais Vu did this, but I'm also going to just stack up for the check anyways, just out of principle.
Glad to have been of assistance.
So, sure. Conceptualization. I love so much the framing this game has of, like, you know you need to make a certain check, so you have to change all of your clothing to match what you're trying to roll.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of...
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode. Of bodies of water and forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it, in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium.
Ah.
It does. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revachol-Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona. Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut. bring us together. However naive it may sound. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's...
I'm checking something on the side. Please, computer.
It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
I can't say this. I know Harry in his heart loves disco more than anything else.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a very sensitive and impressionable police officer who is still recovering from a recent medical episode.
The Lieutenant's right. Let's change topics.
Interesting.
What do you want to know?
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here. At least you can convince him to step aside.
Glad to have been of assistance.
I'm just gonna brass balls it out. Mostly because I have a billion things to do late at night already, and I don't want to stack another thing after Kim's gone to bed. Wait, no, once... Was it Volition? It always throws me when one of these checks... Which, well, I guess in the very few instances it's happened, but it throws me when one of these checks wants one of the, like, meta stats.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the... Glad to have been of assistance.
Like, it doesn't feel like it's off limits or anything, especially because they give you items that affect it directly. It just feels strange. And also, I was already at an 83% for this check, and now should have even higher, so I'm not too worried about it. I will save anyways, just in case, but I'm not worried about it.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite...
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant. Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass. Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear. Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla. An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
I see.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged. It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible. Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year. No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually. Yes, carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
Damn.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says.
Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
It's a fascinating setting. And I guess they tease at it even early on, like before you really know what the Pale is. And I think I did see that word on the page I looked at, but like they like, you know, make it talk all this stuff about, you know, these isolas are like isolas are so isolated, it was so hard to like actually like clear or, you know, navigate to them for the first time, and like, you know, they kind of draw an analogy to like, you know, Age of Conquest or whatever in our history, but like they don't really give you enough to go on as to like why it was so difficult, like what's going on there until now, and it's like, oh, I see. Things are just like fucked in this world. But I mean, even that's like a moral judgment that doesn't necessarily need to be there, but like there is just a nothing in this world that is the thing they have to work around. And, you know, gives you interesting thoughts like, hey, what's up with that church hole in the world, and is that related?
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain. There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely. Then they don't. The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same. It doesn't look like you're doing the same. The suggestion was meant in earnest, Detective. Live life.
Sure.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale? Mm-hmm.
Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead, the beads there, and your heavy breathing.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi.
Absolutely, I'm gonna.
I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile, you have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
Good luck, detectives.
What checks could I force with a level up right now if I wanted to? I don't know why this one's showing up when I can't do it anymore. You know what, let's try both of these. Fuck it. I want to know. Try one conceptualization, one composure. I do also want the ones of Kim, but I have to make a choice, and this is what I'm choosing. Should have double checked before I committed it, but...
Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too. Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social
I saw this
norms
achievement.
manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop. Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home. Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
I will probably pick art cop or actual art degree when I have another point to spend. Or maybe I won't, I don't know. The fact that it's like framed as art criticism, maybe it's turning me off of it. I do like the idea of art cop though, but we'll see. We do need to go further up the coast, but I want to get these conversations in. Yeah. It's probably time. I can always talk to those guys tomorrow if I have to. I should take a quick bio break, get some more water, be right back. Hello. Trisha, baby, please. Where? Crashing every motor carriage in a small town or small city or whatever Revachol is supposed to be would be quite the accomplishment, I think. Not only do you get drunk and crash your own car into the river, you also got drunk and crashed other people's cars into the river. Sorry, I forgot to set my outfit back to the correct one after that last bit.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here. We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol's sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building. I hope not.
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer. There's no echo and no answer. You see, a slogan used to intertwine above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower maybe.
I am going to listen to the wind, but I'm not prepared to listen to the wind just yet. I know I've got at least 1 plus shivers in that wet scarf, but I want to see what else I can manage. That, for instance. This feels like such a trite observation as to be useless, but they really put a lot of thought and like came up with some really evocative results in like what they decided to highlight as voices in Harry's head. Like, you have a bunch that kind of, like, map onto, like, you know, specific things that you might, like, kind of, like, obviously reach for, like, rhetoric, sure, electrochemistry, sure. Like, your, you know, ability to do, like, acrobatics, sure. And then you have fucking shivers, which is just, you listen to the wind and see what it tells you. And that's fucking cool as hell. Like, yeah, fuck yeah, I want to listen to the wind and see what it tells me. The wind knows things.
The once bright mural towers above you.
I will save some for this if I have to.
Failed electrical, R and D. Even though you're
What if I didn't have to, though?
Succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead. No rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there in the dusk hour with your hands fallen to your side.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid.
We sure
hunt,
did.
So we have an understanding of the geography, at least.
I love that they knit old stuff into the game like this. Like, yeah, we did all the cryptid hut stuff, so we know this area. We like already did the like Kim like picked up on like me having already done the like being obsessed with the secret passages in the door and like saying that must be some part of some secret like second mission, and you know he laughed in my face basically, and then you could just hear the "I told you so" coming when it turned out it was right or relevant. It's so good that it just like knits that in. Like I heard like one of the things I knew about this game like from just cultural osmosis is it has just like a preposterous amount of dialogue in it, and specifically voice dialogue. Like I fully believe it has like most combinations or even all combinations you would think of as like, what if you don't do that? What if I never told Kim that I thought there was something behind that wall? What if I didn't do the cryptid stuff? Like that all I'm sure matters to an extent, and like you will encounter different things if you go a different way.
And then there's the church. We've already searched that.
Church too,
ruled
yeah.
it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban
Thanks,
coast.
Shivers. Thanks, Savoir Faire.
Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold.
I mean, hey, if I get 2 chances at it. I didn't save scum for the first one, so I feel fully justified in save scumming for this one
mural
instead. If I
towers
need
above
to.
you, saying, "Fell." Suddenly, there's a sigh.
Hell
Count
yes.
on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it, in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
She's down there.
Okay, why?
I would ask why is the wind French, but it occurred to me right after I had that thought that everyone in this game is French. Or at least many people in this game are French. This game is making up a world that is largely French. Which, sure, why not? Or at least French-ish, like a certain show, perhaps. Well, I mean, it's just Shivers the voice, sure, but like a lot of other stuff in the game outside of Harry's head is also French.
So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
A rusty ladder leads to...
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded, and the peeling rust is razor sharp.
Great.
In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180? Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle?
Teleportation is not a thing. Okay, let's say teleportation is a thing. Wouldn't you need some kind of scientific apparatus to create a teleportation field? You can't just do it without apparatus.
What are they talking about?
Teleportation, Mikhail. It's generally thought impossible.
Oh yes, it could hurt a lot.
I need to save and post my stats just in case. This game's so good. Like, yes, I'm still sad about it, like, on a regular basis, but when it's good, it's so fucking good. I don't think I have. I do have something to boost stat warfare. Good.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
They just went for it.
You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed.
And then is it cooler, Kim? That's cooler. That's much cooler.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's
Trisha's really upset how loudly I'm laughing. And I understand her feelings, but I don't apologize.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring without backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Climbing a ladder with my eyes closed with a jacket that says piss slur. Alright, I have a thing for this. I have a device that is appropriate in situations. Also, well, I'm here. If I'm allowed to do it. Does not appear I'm allowed to do it, that's fine.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
How did Kim find his way here?
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before. Yes. It's cool to risk your life.
It is cool.
Rickety ladders.
It's also stupid,
anyway,
but it is cool.
Let's investigate these passages.
Kind of want to familiarize myself with. Okay, interesting. I wonder if you can find that first, even if it's like locked, or if it's just no, you aren't allowed to know that's there until you've been in this way. Couldn't believe either. If you can find it ahead of time, that's a great example of the kind of thing that makes replaying this a lot faster. If you're targeting specific routes. Alright, what's your story? Okay. Okay, let's not follow footprints just yet. Fuck yes. I don't care what stats it has, I'm putting it on. This is the hat I've been waiting for my whole playthrough.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory. Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it
Hell
or
yes.
not, wearing this hat has made you more communist. A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left alone half a century.
Didn't mean to skip this.
This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Definitely. I think she knows something about the mercenaries, maybe. And she won't be around if the situation explodes. We absolutely cannot skip that appointment. Consider that 100% confirmed. I fear you'll need your gun for this.
His hand rests on his holster. It's not enough. You need a gun in your hand too. Your gun.
You mean Morel? I don't see how cryptozoology and the murder investigation are connected. But the situation in the city will get tense for everyone.
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologists might not be able to do their job.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
I did gather it was a point of return thing. Well, let's go return and do some other things. Which I think might mostly be stall. I had to double check what things I can be doing that don't require it to be 10 o'clock. Really some things. I would still love to do this, but I don't... I guess I'll run around again. I just don't understand what part of the boardwalk it wants me to look at. And I don't think I can get to the island. Do that tonight, can do that tonight, can do that tonight. Not doing it, can do that tomorrow. If I can look at the cab now... Okay. Night, babe. Thanks for hanging out. And your enthusiasm and everything, as always. Excited for... Yeah, never mind. Yeah. I'll probably finish this day out and then go to bed, but that'll be some amount more. And, I wonder who else knows about the tattoos. Sorry, I'm checking something on the side once again. Sorry. One day I'll figure out. I'm curious if there's settings I can set that will make the tracking kind of like reset to a stable position more rapidly if I get out of frame, so it doesn't do that kind of like corruption as much as that's the right word. So that it doesn't like kind of break in that way if I like lean too far back, but I'm not actually sure if I can set that or not. I need to look into what my software can do. I know like VC Face at least had some settings that were kind of like that, where it would like try to it would try to like reset itself if you got out of position, and also like would return you to a neutral position like if you leaned away from it, which is not something I have set with this current software, and I think mostly I'm happy with that choice. But yeah, it makes me curious if there's ways to kind of like make it harder to, you know, make the model look bad. Like I can live with it looking a little bit bad and like kind of, you know, to an extent try to like avoid leaning like that, but I would also appreciate if I could make it harder to do that kind of thing. Nice to put, you know, technological blocks in place when it's possible to do so. See, these old men have gone to sleep yet.
That page 3 girl, she must be the most beautiful page 3 girl ever printed. And look at those freckles. The origin of disco. Makes you want to dive into the boogie, doesn't it? Get closer to disco itself with Miss Page 3. Come on, beauty is inviting you on a pilgrimage. A pilgrimage you can make with just your hand. Yes, sure is.
You know what? Fair.
Oh, come on. Don't say you've forgotten that as well. You can feel what you want to do. You want a party.
I'm not doing this
you?
in front of Kim.
Party
and not
right
in public.
now with Miss Page 3. Unzip and party.
Like, just because I'm a core girly doesn't mean I don't know the time and place that these things are appropriate.
That's exactly what I mean.
Someone
Unzip
literally
and
is
party
watching.
Down on yourself, my man. No one's watching. Except Miss Page 3, of course. Look at her thighs. Between her thighs. And what are you waiting for, man? Party with Miss Page 3 all the way to Disco Zero. Fuck. But it's the origin of all disco, buddy. Why not? Whatever, coward. Don't ride your way to the origin of disco. The Page 3 girl is too good for you anyway.
I see. Yeah? I don't know why that camera broke it that way. I was like, yeah? Bud, you want me to look over there? Is there a thing I'm seeing over there? And the answer was no. The camera just kind of snapped over there for no reason. I actually do want to leave it zoomed out for a second, though, so I can see from in advance if the old men have gone to bed yet. I just need to make sure I'm going the right way. Higher, isn't it? Or am I misremembering? Can, in theory, do this tomorrow, but I would prefer to not have to worry about that. I see. Wait, oh, I can do the wall too, right? I did take that. Wait, I didn't do Renee, but I did the other. Where is Renee? Oh, no, I did. Yeah, I did both. Okay, I remember now. It just turns out that conceptualization just hits a bunch of things at once. Which, now that I say it that way, is a stupid thing to say, but what I mean is a bunch of things I had set up at once.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
Why must we...
Yes.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
Why must...
I'm gonna get to the bottom of this wall. I need to know.
Just an ordinary wall. Not because you see it. Finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows. The colors. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this. The uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft. Color peeled from the very face of God. Your hands shake as they reach for the wall. Oh, Wall Father. Huh? He sounds tired of it all.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I suppose we have to pass by it again at some point anyway.
Interesting. I know where to find paint in theory, the fuel that I pawned, if I can get it back, but I'm not sure. Get a brush from Cindy.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
What for?
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Then you have time to find your own fucking brush. There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in everything. They just might be rough stuff. If you take the ride, you'd be wise to buckle your little pig belly up.
Her neurons must be on fire. The heat creating waves and ripples in all she sees. Above all, in her painting.
You really think I need to be high to see the world as art? Poor unimaginative Piggy. How I wouldn't want to have your peepers.
To hell with the art part, man. It's all about the high anyway.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
They do say the painter always paints it. No, it's...
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo. You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up. Just try not to hurt yourself. And no self-portraits. Oh, but I'm all out of fuel oil.
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. That beautiful wall deserves nothing less.
I don't need to say either things. I know where to find fuel oil.
My fuel oil is for my kinema.
Making me embarrass myself in front of Kim when I know perfectly well where I can find heavy fuel oil. I thought about it when I pawned it, like, hey, I guess I could in theory paint with this. I just didn't think the game would be like, yeah? Sure about that? Okay, it's the old man. Let's do this first then. You want conceptualization, right?
It is such a pleasure to see you again.
Oh, you want rhetoric. I think I was going to ignore this check, but I think it would actually be funnier to do it. See if I can get that sandwich out from him. I know I have a rhetoric somewhere.
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a you really do. Now, unleash. No, you're not. Everything is fine.
All right.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown. No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal. Of course you do. Maybe some regulations and a usual pistol to go with them. It's official. My lord's copper type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax. Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a good, of course.
No need to raise my stats for
The
this.
purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles.
Composure. I'm gonna put this on just in case it helps, but... see if this thing about the flowers helps him at
The
all.
purity of snow always... I prefer the old name, Insulindian Lily. Girls brought them to young cadets when they entered service. Wearing them on your cap was supposed to bring good luck. You know what? No. They brought me misery, false hope, and disappointment. The revolutionaries sullied them.
You stirred up some bad memories there.
But it wasn't the revolutionaries that sullied the ID for you, was it? She gave them to me too, and your jealous little heart just couldn't accept it.
Enough! I can go over these matters in detail with you, Gaston, but not while we have company. So, officers.
Maybells don't blossom yet, do they?
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. But I think you'll have to wait for at least a month. The purity of snow always reminds me of the...
Still.
Anything else I can assist you with, officer? The purity of snow always reminds me of...
As Rene turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly. 2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun. A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle. A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below.
For bravery. For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
You can. It's very asinine.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage. I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
It's painful to even think about. Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield something useful.
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one. So I grabbed the Dink and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frisel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth. The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drisson. 2 days later that was. And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder.
I gotta give it up a little bit,
way.
even if I don't like this man's politics.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like René himself. Certainly not to me. How did you find the story to be, officer?
Don't like the way this is phrased, but like of the options.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't hand this out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot. Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand. Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men too. True Eversholians. Men with backbone.
Oh yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Absolutely, I'm gonna save some for that. Let me put my drama outfit back on. I wonder if +2 is the highest you get off, clothing items in this game, because it seems like that's +2 or -2 is like the most it goes up to. And I could imagine that there are some like rare things or like hard, like less common things that it's rare again, that have higher than that, but I could also imagine that they're not. Sleepy. Alright, let's start save scumming for this.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels like being on recon again.
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything worth mentioning among your... But of course, sire. Looks like they're waiting...
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal...
Go long. Go deep. Go unconventional.
Sure, officer. Let's hear your take. I'm not following you.
He'll get it. Don't worry. Just continue. He's gonna be impressed. The man stares at you, silently frowning. Doesn't look like he's imagining it.
I'm recalling that throwing the bull into the sea was also a successful check. But surely this time a successful check will make this man happier with me. Surely.
The carabiner crosses his arms and spits in the crater.
You're talking about getting blackout shit-faced drunk and going into delirium.
Right. Yes.
The lieutenant looks up from his notes and nods to the old carabiner.
How so, then?
The lieutenant sighs audibly, but keeps his eyes on the notebook.
And I thought getting my knee shattered and surviving on rat carcasses in the trench was bad. Here, have one of my medals. You've earned it, officer.
Extremely rigid principles this old soldier has. Don't leave room for a change of heart or backing out. The medal is yours. The veteran extends his right arm with the sun-shaped medal. It glimmers in his wrinkled and scarred palm.
Was there something else you wanted to take from us?
I don't think there was anything else I wanted, was there? You got the medal. Now let's solve the crime.
Great.
It is such a pleasure
If
to
only I
see
hadn't
you
just
again,
done this,
officer.
because I could have
How
better
may I help the citizen?
better odds now.
It is such a pleasure. Sure, officer. No.
Sure. I'm gonna say, but mostly I want to just double check where my. Yes. Sure. I think they should have picked a different color for, or used a higher contrast. Well, actually, two things. One, they should have used a significantly higher contrast for just selecting a thing versus check being active. And two, I think these could also stand to be more different shades of color. Conceptualization from Tommy, we can do that. That shouldn't be too hard.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man.
No, this guy has amazing willpower.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man.
Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
Whoa. What else?
Good.
Silent communion. That's good. Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
Relatable.
Or did you learn it in school? More importantly, who can prove if you did? Go with it. You deserve some acclaim.
No matter. It's a fine stanza. You're not so bad after all. For a cop. They're more often in the fists than rhymes, see? Let alone honesty in verse. Well, you've given me some hope, I guess.
Neat.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help. Sure. Let me have a look.
I want to buy things back, or
anything else you're thinking of
I
sending?
guess I assumed I was able to, but maybe I can't. In which case, well,
Another time, perhaps.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among the What a shirt. All other
Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I'm a fan, but I do think the Yom Dalaman saga is an integral part of our shared reality. Most people don't think that the man from Yelmdale really existed, but they're wrong. I mean, even if the man from Yelmdale didn't exist
This is
before
also
the
my
adventure
theory
novels,
about literary
the stories
works,
have made it
or
so that
creative
he
works
has.
generally.
It's simple, really.
Like, stories exist in a material sense, or really any creative work that creates, you know, ideas, concepts, locations, people. Like, they exist in the work. And if they're inspirational enough, they exist outside the work as well.
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Helmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting.
Welcome to Helmdal, officer.
All the You see rows of toy soldiers.
Over here. There's a little section you can get into for no reason. Well, I am regretting that I sold my fuel oil now. I guess I will never paint unless I can find some somewhere else. Which, possible. I could imagine there's another way to get it, but nothing to do about it now. What, interfacing?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face.
Oh no, it's the... Was that check just not work? What? I had a check here. I just... See, the reason I complain about the highlighting not be good is I keep doing this to myself, where I go like this. I just have the cursor posed there. Trying to get the control to work. I have the thing posed like this, and I look over I look, you know, to the side and then back, and I go, oh, the mirror check's up. I should do that. And I forgot that, no, that was me. There wasn't, not actually an active check there. Do a rhetoric. And so I do that. You don't exist, and none of you exist. I kind of want to see what the odds look like for doing karaoke, because if I can get it to like guaranteed, I will consider rolling it again. But I think it would kill me if I had to hear.
The stage is you feel.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
I don't want to repeat the process of like having to listen to bad singing on purpose because it made me sad IRL. So I know I have these are the best I can manage. I don't think I have any glasses that do drama, or boots for that matter.
The stage, you.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
The air is thick with Anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there. To the tiny church there.
Love that this is the voice it decided to use of ancient reptilian brain.
The smallest church in San. Though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there. In that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters. At all.
Sweet.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you. The lieutenant doesn't say anything, but gives you a quick smile before turning away. He's incapable of blushing, but if he weren't, he'd blush.
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
Great. That was perfect. That'll be this one, or the karaoke.
Yes? What is it? That was pretty good, Harry. Wasn't it, Jean?
Huh, that was. Yeah, that was absolute shit, if you want my opinion. Drunken shit.
Thanks, man.
Haven't wanted anything to end this badly since I had cluster headaches. Horrible. Truly horrible. I beg of you, don't ever subject anyone to this torture again. I mean, seriously, you need to...
Jean, it's not right. Don't make it worse, and I really liked it.
She actually did.
Also, I'm not right. I'm having brain troubles. Right, I need to report back on...
Hi again, Gendarme. Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Convenient. But what are you doing here? Talking to me? Oh yes, let's see. Sure, you did. And how did... Ah, shoot. Why not, hmm? What about Misha? You did. And how did you like him? Ah, shoot. A visitor from to his opportunity, or is it just money? Friends, I told... It is. He has keys. And he likes the... Hmm? What about me, Jean? Bye-bye, gendarme.
I feel like the place that it indicated when it said the boardwalk was where the Ferris wheel is and where that guy died, but I thought I'd already been up there. I guess I can go up there again and look more carefully. Very sleepy. I've been getting bad sleep this week for reasons, and should probably have planned for an early night tonight rather than a late one, but I'm committed to finishing this day out. No wonder I can't remember how to get back here. It's a fucking maze.
There's some tear. Whoever took now. This makes partying look. You see, it's hard to know.
A tragedy.
So if it's not there, then where is the possible place in the shot it came from? Or on the island it came from? Like, what does it mean by boardwalk if not that?
The greatest, browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain. You can do it. It'll be worth it. There's something here. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready? That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first innocence? Dolores Day. Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern. She was powerful and beautiful on all her icons. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. You see a flash silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde hair. You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps?
No, I went this.
Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner who spoke her mind and largely left history to its own devices, encouraging people to excel on their own, rather than prescribing to a deified model of history. She is often called an anti-innocence. Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again? Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Aurum.
Sorry, I need to deal with something on the side. Trisha Deers, don't take advantage of my distraction to creep up. He has done it, but in a way that has not actually put her in the way of anything, so I'm not too upset by it. I need to be sure I'm computering correctly. There we go. That's what I thought. Where did that... I guess, right, yeah, that would be how that works. I've surprised myself by by downloading something and then transferring it to my file store and then being surprised that it was no longer in the place where I downloaded it. It turns out when you move an image, it's moved. It's in a new place now. That's how that works. Okay.
As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party. Question 2. Who was the strongest innocence? Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Correct. Named the innocence of militarism.
I really should have asked more
codified
wrong answers just to see what he
rule,
would say.
But at the same time, ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation.
Yeah, I guess that would be harder to establish. In some senses, and maybe the way we conceive of it, it feels like it would be harder to establish if you can't. Like, not only it's difficult to. Like, ocean-faring voyages are difficult. They, especially, you know, in the 1700s, 1600s, like, very risky, very easy to die doing them. You know, all the way back to the 1500s. Like, that's not the same as like traveling through a void which deletes your mind if you're not careful enough. I can imagine a world where that is the state of things. It's much harder to form like. I guess I would say it's impossible to form the concept of a nation because like you can form the concept of like people like around you, like we are, you know, the people that live here. I feel like thinking of it as a nation and like as a distinct entity kind of requires something to play against, and if you just can't do that because you can't travel, why would you form that?
Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Ernest Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? The most important of them all. The most precious to humankind. I don't even have to say it anymore. Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence. A most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from inter-isolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow, and more beautiful. And more beautiful. And more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get a B. Good enough. Everyone misses a few from time to time. You would have done better if you just dialed the Dolores Day down a bit.
What's going on with you? Okay.
You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answers. The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found.
What? Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say, find the weapon that shot me. If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far? A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader, like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
We were right. This came from a serious weapon.
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
You guys gonna come in handy at some point? I don't think I have any other hand-eye coordination, but maybe. Save.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic, a rifle, Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique. The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago. No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up
found a
with
bunch of broken
surplus
ones,
after
but not
war.
the right broken.
So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling. Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for a well-preserved antique, most likely.
What are you thinking? Bullet? Okay. And? An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really. I have to hand it to the monarchs. It's quite admirable that they took the advice of criminologists last century, and ban the use of breech loaders in peacetime. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end. Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier. But back to the investigation. Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll check out all possible leads. Next step, finding the gun itself. Okay, an antique. I have to have some new RCM imaging, but back to the investigation. Let's find out. Next step, finding the gun.
Didn't I sell one? I know I found a cache of them, but I'm not sure anymore were working. And I did find one that I sold to the pawn shop guy, but I'm not sure that one was actually working. I think it was just in good condition. Where is this? It's about what I expected, but I didn't expect to see a notice about it, I suppose. I realize I do have an appointment at 2200, but I'm gonna just loop back for that, I think. So I assume talking to the pawn shop guy, if he is a lead in this, or going back to the cache by the in the cursed district or whatever, either of those I would imagine would pass enough of the time to get me there.
Hello, hello. Let me know. Someone else came.
What? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another.
Sure,
Not what I
man.
want.
Sure thing. She didn't seem truth.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your... Yeah, it's not good.
My apologies.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You...
Sure, man. I doubt it, but...
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Sure. Let me have a look. More than sure. I'm not purchasing any more. Oh, no. A photic path. Counter radiance. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Did kill a minute, which is something, but it's not a lot.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. You slip your fingers under. No. This is if you want to try again.
Equip the pry bar by...
I just not tried to open this before. I could have.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping.
Really curious where you find a super pry bar. And under what circumstances. Somewhere around here there was a weapons cache. I remember visiting it. I just don't know if I remember exactly where it was. Here. Oh, however I get into this room. Ah.
A few bricks have fallen off.
It means there are firearms, breech loaders, still lying around in Martinez. This would have been good in our case against Ruby for Titus. Too late for that now, but still, might be useful down the road.
He likes this find.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period.
I assume I didn't find the murder weapon and saw it, but I feel like that's the only lead I've had on this, and I apparently cannot pursue it anymore. Which, I don't know is necessarily an unfair choice. Like, hey, pawning stuff that's worth a lot of money might fuck you over. Like, that's standard RPG fare to an extent. But I also really need the money. And at the time, an old antique firearm did not seem in the slightest relevant to our case. I also did not expect to need the heavy fuel oil for painting. I would not have called that. The one thing of the firearm, there's almost certainly a different thing to pursue there. Like, I would imagine like that is not as easy to just fuck yourself over out of. The paint though, I'm holding on a slight amount of hope that there's something more there, but
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice, something close.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant.
I wonder if that helps with this check. I think the paint.
Machine
I'm holding on hope that there's some other paint thing to do.
Hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Okay, I don't want to keep talking over that just because it's harder to hear. I am holding out some hope that there's another way to get paint, but I would also not be surprised if I just screwed myself over there. I assume that I practically am not going to beat this check without the better pry bar, but I'm curious how much better I can make my odds.
This orange machine
Negative 20 feels like it's
dead
going to cancel
still.
out like anything.
It has a
I just wanted to
hand-cranked
see.
ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
I'm just going to leave that running. Let's see if I can track down that better pry bar. Oh, I didn't realize this was back up. Yeah, sure. Let's try that. That would also be another way to pass the time. And also would put me closer to the place I need to be in a second anyways.
You're back. Good. What can I help you? Well, technically speaking, good.
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Of course, Detective. What we do, the Pine, and that is the terminal.
She nods.
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid better not tie the fourth date. Of course. Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away. There's time.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance. You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
It remains a mystery. What?
Glad to have been of assistance. You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
It remains a mystery.
Glad to have been of assistance. You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
It remains a mystery. What?
Glad to have been of assistance. You're back. Good. What can I help? More lessons in basic reality?
It remains a mystery. What?
Glad to have been of assistance. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality?
It remains a mystery.
Glad to have been of assistance. You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers. Fingers on the trigger. Don't worry, ML. He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent, provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you. The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the International Zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help. Nothing more.
Yes, we...
Yes, that means... Permit me to conclude with... And if those authorities drink so... Glad to have been of assistance.
And he just stalled 2 more minutes.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at them. Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it... An installation. Aye. Quite odd. Oh yeah? Take it from...
That's all we have time for, right? Yes, that is a pity. But for now...
Just wanted to already check that, but okay.
The legend returns. You know the dance.
Tequila sunset. Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
I actually do want to hear another story, but apparently that bit of conversation was just enough to take over, so let's go get shot with my gun, maybe? Fucking however this resolves.
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show
I see.
reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
But I made this harder by accident.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress! Officer, under duress! I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is armed and dangerous. Lateral vascular neck restraint. Carotid sleeper. Carotid sleeper. Critically reducing blood from passing through the neck of the suspect.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. Steady your breathing. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect at large! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
We can't leave. A delirious civilian is pointing a firearm at us. Your firearm. You need to solve this.
It's a goddamn police shitbag! Hug the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine? Or drugs? Magnesium, Dramamine, maybe even speed. My God, she has speed on her. What else?
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access! 2 kilos missing! Eyewitness report compromised!
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
Yeah, back her up. Right up against those boxes and do some
Don't
sex healing.
think I need to do that, electrochemistry.
Stop. For the love of God, don't.
No, no. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth! Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer! License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector! Azimuth!
She's losing it. One twitch and there will be blood.
Fucking fine, man.
Alright, this is how we do it. You fling the pry bar at her, already darting right, and immediately close the distance. Left hand grabs the barrel, right one breaks the wrist. A drop of sweat runs down your nose, and in it you see the Martinez Inlet, wrapped in the night. In the abandoned fish market, 3 figures standing in a spectacular light show. A large, loud woman is pointing an empty firearm at the other 2. She doesn't want to listen, or even to be heard.
Suicide by cop! Split-second decision! Eat lead, scumbag!
God, I almost blew her head off.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. Police guns have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
No one
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8, and loneliness. Yeah, looks like a bad case. But the question is what to do with her right now. I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late and they might have already gone home. But I think we are done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. Maybe if you search her once more. The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them? Do. She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
It's your hat.
The old woman doesn't react to your touch. You take the vial of Pyrrolidon and the bottle of speed as evidence.
I think leaving these now with her is probably for the best. I am also probably not going to do them because I don't care enough.
You're taking those, are you?
Listen to him, for once.
Thank you. I'm doing this to help you. We need to focus on the case.
Alrighty. I'm not swapping, but I wanted to see what it looked like. We'll see if we can catch the Hardy Boys, and we can do the thing with Cindy, or the communist meeting, or whatever.
The Copper-nado is back. What do you want? What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it? God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig? No? Well, whatever then, Copper.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it? Anyone remember?
I don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? Auntie LaPlante, we always call her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
Be anything else you wanted to know? Was? Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off, but still. Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? Yeah, you should be.
Whatever, Cole. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of our own. Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
No problem, old cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Nope. Next question.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire?
Where's the meeting again? Specifically? Oh, it's just the apartment that I already found. I guess that would be the sensible thing, wouldn't it? Or there's not.
This door is made of metal. No one on.
Let's go.
As you approach the metal grill, you can hear several voices having what appears to be an animated discussion. This must be it. Beyond this door lies the beating heart of radical communism in Martinez. Somehow, the night air softens the smell of trash and sea brine. As the breeze pulls through the canvas like a shuttle through a loom, you catch a hint of something unexpected. Something earthy, warm, and burnt. The acrid smell of failure. No, that's just slightly burnt coffee. A smell you would recognize anywhere.
Just look at these pigs sniffing about after hours. Must have slipped my mind. You know how it goes.
The metal grill is cool to the touch. You notice the lieutenant is looking uncustomarily anxious. His posture is rigid. His right hand hovers near the zipper of his jacket. He wants so badly to draw his armistice, but he also doesn't want to draw it.
Something's not right here. The equation doesn't quite balance. Which is just to say, we should be prepared for any eventuality.
You can make out at least two separate voices. Two voices, both male, approximately early 20s.
Careful with those now. I have it. It's going to work. I can feel it.
The clang of metal reverberates all along the scaffolding. The voices coming from the other side fall silent. A pair of frightened hares cowering in some dark crevice of their burrow.
Who's there? Is that you, Morris? Come crawling back already. Get out of here, traitor.
For a moment, silence. A slight sensation of static electricity as before a storm. A miniature conference is taking place inside, and you are the subject.
What's the passphrase?
There's no response. You begin to wonder whether they've slipped out some back way.
Alright. The key's taped to the back of the door frame. Just make sure you put it back when you're done, or we'll all be locked out. And do watch the concrete. It just kind of falls away, in places.
Charmant. After you, detective.
Have fun at your underground meeting, pig. Hope it's a blast.
The two young men are either oblivious to or ignoring your entrance. Their attentions are fixed on whatever it is they're stacking in the middle of the floor. Matchboxes, it appears.
I think it's holding, Alexis.
It is. It's holding.
Careful, careful.
Damn. Damn.
Damn. Hardly any difference. You two. You are late.
They should know the meeting starts at 10 p.m. sharp.
There's a great deal of tension in this young man's shoulders, more than someone his age should bear. Meanwhile, his companion inclines toward him, eager to catch every word that dribbles from his friend's mouth. Just a moment. Could this be the former owner of a certain jacket you acquired recently? Don't let them see you flustered, sire. Play along. He's taken your measure, like an ideological boxer stepping into the ring.
We all have to take precautions, especially during these delicate times. What matters is that you've made it, and that you've done the reading.
Yeah, I've definitely done the meeting.
Uh-oh. No one said anything about reading. You'll just have to wing this one.
You have? Excellent. Let's hear your critique then. Too many words?
It doesn't sound like they've done the reading, Steban.
Well, this is getting awkward. I'm not sure what you're expecting to find here then.
Maybe they can explain themselves.
In the most generous sense, I would say we're cultivating revolutionary consciousness.
Yes, that's probably the best way to describe it.
But more specifically, we are running a reading group. The most rigorous and theoretically advanced materialist reading group in Martinez.
Comrade Steban is a great discussion leader. One of the best at the university.
Yawn. Can you imagine anything duller than a bunch of Beano-clads yanking each other's knobs?
We have been known to get into some spirited debates, but it's always in service of our larger intellectual and ideological project.
Precisely. We are not interested in senseless parroting. We like to read critically.
Within the contours of Mazovian historical materialism, of course. We study all the foundational texts of Mazovian theory, of course. Just last week we finished the second volume of Puncher and Watman's Innocence of Capital.
Truly extraordinary.
And before that we spent 6 weeks on State and Plasm.
Uh-oh. You can feel your attention span rapidly deteriorating.
We've also read Wertmüller's The Megastructure of History, and before that, Real and Reality.
Ablar's Une Paix Infernale.
The original Fisdale translation, not that watered-down revisionist garbage.
These two deserve the Order of Honor for bullshitting. There's no way they've actually read all this stuff.
Obviously.
But, of course, our special emphasis is on the theories of Ignace Nilsson and his followers, especially the inframaterialists. You're not familiar with him? It's pretty advanced stuff. You may not be ready for it yet, gendarme. Only Krasmazov's most trusted lieutenant, the evangelist of the revolution, and a founding father of the People's Republic of Samara.
It's hard to overstate how unimpressed he is that you've never heard of this world historical individual.
He also happens to be the greatest communist theorist after Mazov himself. It was Nilsson who first postulated the existence of ideological plasm, which forms the basis of inframaterialist theory.
Plasm, huh? Sounds like a hell of a drug. You might want to ask about it. The young man sighs. His companion looks about furtively.
What do you mean? This is the reading group. We're in something of a rebuilding phase.
Some of our former comrades didn't have the ideological fortitude our work demands.
Intellectual attrition is maybe the best way to describe it. Felix said he couldn't keep up with the reading on top of his classwork. And Susanna wanted to read text other than Mazovian theory. Like novels, if you can believe it. Oh, sure. But you can always join a book club if that's what you're into. We've tried recruiting new members, but unfortunately the current intellectual climate is pretty hostile to inframaterialist thought. These days, if you're on the left, the ascendant schools are the Godwallians and their iconoclasts.
Don't forget about Maurice and the turnips.
Right. Then there was the whole turnip debacle.
Whatever this turnip business is about, one thing is perfectly clear. These young students have a much deeper understanding of communism than you do. You could learn a thing or two from them. If you can convince them you're one of them.
Cindy is... how to describe her role?
Something of an ideological auxiliary, perhaps.
Yes, that's exactly how I would put it. And naturally, we support her radical counter-liberal aesthetics.
But she refuses to submit an essay, so we can't call her a member of the group per se.
That doesn't stop her from using the room for studio space, of course. They're the most depressing school of communism. They love writing long books with a patina of Mazovian theory to cover up their cheap psychologizing.
A gang of cheap psychologists and intellectual midgets. Typical God Walders, in other words.
It's okay for Uli to say that, because his dad is from Gottwald.
Yeah, man, that's definitely true.
The Gottwald school believe that intellectuals as a class are incapable of sparking revolutionary change. So all they can do is critique capitalism from inside itself. That's why they spend all their time smoking cigarettes and writing long works of criticism that make you want to commit suicide. It is miserable. That's probably why they're always committing suicide. You see, the Gottwald school look like communists. They talk like communists. But scratch the patina and you'll see beneath that they're just depressed liberals who've read too many books. For starters, they love talking about beans. That's right. Iconoclasts are obsessed with beans. They love thinking about beans. They love counting beans. But most of all, they love building models to predict how many beans there'll be in the future. They're by far the most bean-centric school of communism.
If only. They've got all the beans accounted for in their asset sheets, their quarterly budgets, their future projections. But for some reason, there are never enough beans to go around. So we've just got to cut our bean rations in half.
And next thing you know, there are budget cuts, so now we've got to cut the bean rations in half again. You see, iconoclasts claim to be communists, but in reality they're just liberals with hard-ons for spreadsheets. It's an unfortunate story. You see, our ex-comrade Maurice is something of an economist.
He's studying macro and microeconomics.
Wow, a real intellectual, it sounds like.
Right. So a few weeks ago we were discussing the extra physical capabilities of the revolutionary state. And Maurice said, what were his exact words, Ulex's?
It was unbelievable. He said, turnips don't care if they are grown by communists, moralists, or Vulcan. They grow just the same.
True.
Basically, he was rejecting the whole foundation of inframaterialist theory. Simply that under suitably revolutionary conditions, crop yields naturally increase relative to non-revolutionary crops, which Maurice somehow has the gall to deny.
Susanna said that he has been hanging out with some non-communists lately.
For us, the question boiled down to, if you don't even accept the basic ideas of Nielsen and inframaterialist theory, why are you in the reading group? Well, it wasn't so much that he was expelled.
He just quit coming. We haven't seen him around for weeks.
Of course not. The only people who actually call themselves liberals are mouth-foaming reactionaries.
Basically indistinguishable from fascists. You'd need an X-ray machine to tell
Here,
the
this
difference.
game loves to dig at communists more than, maybe more harshly than it digs at any other faction, and on purpose.
Go ahead. Clinching? No. We're not an operational cell.
We think of ourselves as more of an intellectual vanguard.
Our stance? What? Do you want to know if the SRV has established a party line on the lynchings in Martinez?
Though historically speaking, the SRV has supported direct action against right-wing paramilitary squads, especially when they are doing the Indo-tribes' dirty work.
Good point. So as a provisional matter, I can say we support it.
It's not that the boundary between sarcasm and sincerity is porous with these two. It's that they actually seem to overlap as though one is meant to conceal the other.
No, we're an independent organization. We acknowledge and respect the union's efforts, but our interests are more theoretical than Mr. Clare's.
He speaks the truth.
That's easy. Crime is simply the inevitable expression of the injustice and incoherence embedded within capitalism itself.
Delivered with the smug assurance of a schoolboy reciting a maxim he's committed to memory.
It's a symptom, in other words, not a cause.
His companion can barely suppress a yawn.
No, unfortunately, the communards were hunted down and killed nearly to a man.
I
All that's
want to
left of
see
them are
him
bones
talk
and
about the
corpses.
anarchists so I can be upset.
The Insulindian deluge wiped out an entire generation of communists. Afterward, they were all bulldozed into mass graves.
His friend, though, seems oddly unmoved. On the contrary, he appears to be savoring the thought of so many people shot in the head, regardless of their beliefs. A moment of silence. They're waiting for you to speak. The young man frowns at the little pile of boxes on the floor.
Nothing, just messing around until the meeting started.
They're watching those matchboxes awfully intently for two guys who are just messing around. It's almost as though they were trying to create the most unstable structure they could.
We typically only accept new members once per semester. There's this whole process with essays and presentations on assigned topics. But given that we have some extra seating at the moment, I guess we could be convinced to expedite an application or two.
Steban, you can't be serious. For these gendarmes?
I am serious. As materialists, we've got to adapt to conditions as they are. Besides, he'll still need to pass the interview portion of the entrance process. Assuming he's even still interested, that is. Sure, we're here most every night. Maybe we'll catch you again.
Sleep well, gendarme.
The gendarme returns. What do you need? Ah, yeah, it's hers. She just sort of moved it all in a few months ago.
She said if she's going to make truly radical art, she needs a suitably radical workspace.
And I don't think she could afford rent at an actual studio. Oh, sure. He's definitely interesting, I would say. I guess you could call her latest stuff a sort of counter-bourgeoisie calligraphy. She's got a real taste for radical slogans.
It's too bad she hasn't developed the theoretical foundation to do truly radical work.
I think she'll get there, though. She's still looking for a subject equal to her ambitions. The deal? At a fundamental level, I guess you could call it the shattered bones of a dream crushed by capital.
That's really good, Steban. You should save that for an essay.
Thanks, Uli. When the idea is sound, the words just sort of flow. It's an old construction site. They've been trying to restore these apartments for years. But as you can see, they haven't made much progress.
His friend yawns, evidently bored by literal reality.
Go ahead.
I want to re-get that dialogue.
The gendarme returns. What do you need?
What's there to be scared of? You've really been cracking the books these last few days. You can go toe to intellectual toe with any reading group in Martinez. Now, chin up. You've got this.
Oh, you want to start now? Sure, we can manage that.
You've caught him off balance. The momentum is already in your favor.
go ahead and take a seat. Since we haven't had time to prepare an exhaustive questionnaire, I think we can keep this interview more freeform. Why don't you tell us a bit about the books you're interested in, and we'll just see where the conversation goes. Absolutely. It's the only proper foundation to develop a real understanding of events. Interesting. Say more about that.
This is a good start. They're starting to loosen up. You feel relaxed and in control. Soon, you're in a lively back and forth on the political substrata of the Hiamdalaman universe. Even if they won't admit it, these two love blood and sex as much as anyone.
But don't you think that pornographic fascist mythology gets pretty tiresome after a few books? Oh, sure. We don't mean to deny the value of pleasure in reading.
These kids are eating out of your hand, practically. Another quarter of an hour disappears. The questions come rapid fire, but you have an answer for every one. Now you can sense things starting to slow down. The interview must be reaching an inflection point.
But to Comrade Ulix's point, isn't there value in reading really difficult books, just for the sheer challenge of it? Okay, we'll bite. What sort of stories are we talking about? You've got our attention. Let's see where this goes.
Yes, I'm rather curious myself.
Now you're getting somewhere. These boys aren't even bothering to contain their interest. They want to see how you weave the threads of this story together. Even the lieutenant seems engrossed, despite your revealing details of an RCM investigation.
Okay, but when you say he spoke to you, you mean metaphorically, right? Ah, so there is a supernatural angle to this case.
Another quarter of an hour disappears.
Jesus.
The conversation bounces back and forth. Whatever their pretensions, it's clear these two have been craving something real. Now you can sense things starting to slow down. Time to wrap this tale up.
But I'm still not sure how love did him in.
There has to be some other element to it. We don't have the full story yet.
I suppose we'll have to leave it there. But listen, Gendarme. We could use someone with your breadth of expertise. With just a little more theoretical background, I think you'll be able to make some real contributions.
Yes, I would say he's got serious potential at least.
And with that, welcome to the most ideologically
Great.
advanced
The world's most
materialist
boring
reading group
club.
in Martinez. Here's your first assignment. It's an overview of inframaterialist theory. A little basic, as you'll see, but one has to start somewhere. Come back when you're done. We'll be here pretty much every night after 10 p.m. Do be sure to take your time with the reading. We'll be eager to hear your thoughts.
Get him to bed before he gets cranky. And also me to bed, but I need to do a bath first. I need to wash the fucking corpse smell off my hands. Jesus. This will be faster, maybe. Curious will let me actually go up to the room, despite saying very clearly that's not how this works. But I could afford tonight's pay at least. As long as I'm not expected to make up for the days I've not been paying, I can afford to stay here tonight. What I thought.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right? Cool. Now, what can I do for you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember...
If there's not, yeah. Wonderful. Again.
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you. The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons. The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting. Like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies. Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub. They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations. None of them acute enough to focus on. You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature. Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a fucking aquarium. Time to get moving. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin. The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too in. The room behind your closed eyelids is familiar now. The only home you've ever known. Its darkness gathers. The last thing you hear is the wind blowing in through the broken window. Then something comes, a kind of sleep.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately? Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people and then forgets about it.
Hear that? He doesn't even flinch. Iceman doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Blackwater, under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of is much, much worse than that.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later. In front of the video rental. There is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Maybe not. But I did, and I must live with the consequences of it. Alright, save for good measure. We'll be back at it next week. Still some more Celeste. I will be doing Heart of the Mountain and Farewell. I feel fairly confident those cap inside of a stream. And then Celeste, Fragments of the Mountain after that, if I'm able to. And that'll be next Wednesday. And next Friday, I'll be doing more of this. I gather that I'm pretty late in the game now, so I don't know how many more sessions I will need, but I'm going to do my 1 day per session strategy until I run out of game. And then I'll figure out what I'm doing next. If you pop through chat and didn't chat, or, you know, glimpse the stream or watch the recordings or whatever, thanks. This game has been challenging for me at parts, but I think this was like a really good session overall. Really enjoyed a lot of the stuff it put me through. Goodbye.